Right? Now, I am sure that Nikisa Burchell, Chap City, big up yourself, my general. I am sure Nikisha Burchell would have known the rules of the house and say, even though what donations are you asking about Chap City? I mean, no, if you have a question, you can tell you're free to send a question, answer the question you want to know. I don't know whose donation you ask about. Every time they enter the chamber of the house, they attempt to agitate, to have some form of argument with the speaker. Right? And then them have the media set up outside now for ask them ready. Headline put out already. Headline put out real quick. Headline put out real fast. And then now people read.
Daddy.
Yes. Sit down, baby.
You have a question?
Oh, I pretty didn't realize you put me in a box so far. Oh, me that said to you, the audit like 90% of the money where they get from burial not spend. How you go?
Not spend. Not spend yet.
Get it? Why is it not?
Because because you have to follow one, you have to jump to one whole heap of hoop to get it spent. That is why we need
That's the donation. That is why we don't talk about public purse, you know. We are talking about donation in a truck.
It no matter. It no matter. It no matter. It have to go through the same rigmarole. It doesn't
so you
matter.
So the donation have to go through all the
yes,
the
because it is because it's the public fund same way.
Oh.
So it have to go through the same. All right. Let me tell you why they have to be careful, Chap City. And let's learn this now. You remember when Melissa just struck?
Yes.
All right. You remember say the PMB as a party was demanding that the government just run out and start donate things and nobody with the rules. You remember that?
Repeat that and show me.
You remember say the PMB was clamoring for the government to do away with the rules and just give out the stuff them to people.
Yes, them did I say the government need to speed up the process and
all right. You remember, I don't know if you pay attention to this. You remember the first PAAC meeting after Melissa?
No, me not recall that one. All right. Me never watch it.
I go tell you this. I don't remember the date, but you can track it down and find it. The first PAAC meeting after Melissa. You know what are the questions that was asked by the opposition in that meeting?
Go ahead and tell me now. Yeah, listen to you.
How many buckets of water you give out already?
Oh yeah, I remember when Damien Crawford asked that question for sure.
All right.
No, me recall.
All right. So imagine if we were in a situation where the government was bypassing everything and just giving out and nobody no check. That could be a scandal, you know, government give out and don't know how much.
Well, you have a point there.
All right. So government funds have to be spent on the same procedure as everything else. They just can't jump up and spend it. And which is why I welcome that audit. I welcome that audit by the AG, and I will, even though the release,
but
I welcome
remember
it because it proved one thing.
6 months in, you know.
Yes, but it proved why we need something like a NARA. It proved why NARA is needed, and that I hope now you will change your tone about NARA. Say yes, it has to go through because the level of government bureaucracy that is there cannot continue. You understand now? I hope you see the need for NARA now, you know.
1 second, Chuck, 1 second.
I hope all who did a bat now see the need why we need to have NARA. This is why NARA now.
Listen, remember donation money for the hurricane didn't start. When did we plan the concert?
No, that's
so it's not 6 months.
Philippines, all of that not important.
Only 900,000 was made from the concert, though.
The fact is, this is why we need.
Yeah, but the donation, when the donation started to come in, because people made their pledges and the money did not come in right away.
Yes,
I understand what you're saying. Like it was already
we don't need to explain things where the auditors are supposed to know, you know. Well, my job is to make you know that this is why we need a NARA. This is where NARA comes in, because if we had a NARA, we wouldn't have to wait so long. And another thing, Chapsit, we have to understand about that is that, remember, when them say it's only 1% of the money spent, it doesn't mean that that is the only money the government spending on. Remember, say, this government had a little savings account what we did put on for emergency.
Yeah, Prime Minister said 6 billion always put on for security. However, more said they are still choke. So this are the way where the Prime Minister say all this bureaucratic
red tape. Thank you.
So this is the Prime Minister try say then. You know that
I know where my try say what it is. What is there. The red tape is there. You can't get. Listen. What we have now, Chap City, is if you go around the red tape, is a scandal, and if you don't go around it, is a scandal.
So you say it better eliminate the red tape then.
Yes, you have to get rid of some of them. There is too much. They now become a hindrance.
Well, me understand that.
I am not saying get rid of accountability, you know. But
sure,
there are
I don't have a problem with none of that, you know. But what I'm saying is, there could be somebody or a group, like what I mean a body, like a body of people. Like what I call them now, I don't remember the right word right now. My brain not so good. However, like a group of people that oversee every dollar we are got. It don't have to be before the money spending a chuck. It can be after the money spending.
All right. Blessings. Afternoon. This is where enter the conversation. Chapter, you remember when the JLP asked the PMP to come with them and form a joint select committee to oversee Melissa recovery and rebuilding process? You remember that?
Yeah, and then Mark Golding, I think, I don't know if they did accept it. Then
was
with
Paul Well. Okay, you have it then. You only have it then. So,
yeah, remember,
I hope that answers the question. That and it goes to show they are not really interested in the people getting help, because when you were supposed to come and make the process better and faster and more accountable according to you, you said no. Then when the process is slow, you then complain. How does that make sense? How is that working in the people's favor?
But me be honest with you now, Chavi. You know, Mark Golding are the first person me hear say the word NARA on a press conference.
Really?
And Mark Golding first me hear talk about NARA. Like him did him and the Prime Minister conversate about this bill, and he reached to a point after the hurricane where the Prime Minister stopped answering message them and think I guess that them did a work on the bill before it come to this.
And here's why that is incorrect and illogical. NARA came into existence because of the hurricane, because guess what? The Prime Minister stated it is not just a tragedy, it's an opportunity to rebuild, but we can't rebuild in the same old fashion. We want to move faster.
Oh, Chavi, when we say Mark Golding first, me hear say it, you know, not meaning a Mark Golding come up with the idea, you know, I mean,
bro, that's not what I'm speaking to. That's not what I'm speaking to.
Prior
what I'm
to
speaking
back at disagreements.
And all right. Prior to the disagreements.
That's what I'm saying, Chavi. I'm saying they all knew about this prior to now, bro.
No, bro. You listen. When the bill is being introduced, that's when Mark knew about it. There was no secret conversation with Mark.
No, Chavi. Don't
there was no private conversation.
Hold on.
Bring us that evidence.
Chap City.
Hold on, Chuck. You see, if that is so,
No,
we're having
no.
a coalition government, and Jamaica does not operate on that
Hold on,
coalition
hold on,
government.
Chop City. Chop City, listen to me carefully. The first time the implementation of the official national reconstruction and release was mentioned was by the Prime Minister in his budget debate.
No, Chuck. No. You go back and listen to Mark Golding's speech when the hurricane does. One of them press conferences when the hurricane does happen, bro. Now tell me that, Chuck. A month now, me hear Mark Golding talk about this and say Prime Minister needs to get the bill, Ray.
You're confused.
Hold on. Give me a sec. Chop City, hold on, Bridget.
Mark Golding said him and the Prime Minister.
Chop City, hold on. Just listen sometime, Bridget. What you're talking about is the last press conference where Mark Golding did. When him said, him and the Prime Minister, when he said the Prime Minister talk about the Naira bill now and they can't reach the Parliament. That press conference was less than 3 weeks ago, the one where they did with the Mark Golding. Where Mark Golding also tell us because
I'm saying before that
IC.
I'm sure upon my life, God take my life.
Well, hold on,
City, you have to listen. Chop City, you need to listen. Here's what I'll do, Chop City. I'll bet you $1,000 for you to bring that tape. When you bring that tape and solidify this argument, I will pay you $1,000.
Now go find the PMP press conference, the last one of them go. And play it, make you hear. And me not there for argue, say. As me say, the last press conference where the PMP keep a couple of weeks ago was the one that he says, I know the Prime Minister don't bring the Naira bill to Parliament yet, Bridget. I don't know months ago, Bridget. A couple of weeks ago, them do that press conference. Hold on, Jamie. It was the press conference that they called to update and the recovery. The one after which thing that they talk about the old man who live on the train line. A couple of weeks ago, but not no months ago. I know nobody swear upon your life because maybe you're not lying, you're mistaken. And if it's Mark Golding, that first one you hear mention about Naira, it means a Mark Golding alone you listen to. Simply put, you just listen to Mark Golding. I'm always telling no one no need to do, Bridget. You have to come out of the bubble.
Listen to me for a second, Chuck. Please, just listen to me for a second. Mark Golding said him and the Prime Minister been on WhatsApp and talk about this thing about man till after
about the Joint Select Committee to deal with hurricane relief. That's why I can go in front of you and tell us me I bet you $1,000 because I know the conversation where you talk. You're misconstrued in the thing them. I say bring that conversation, they can prove where you try to say now, and I will pay you $1,000. Yeah, me can bet you because I know the conversation we are talking, and I can tell you it has nothing to do with Naira. That was about the Joint Select Committee that the PMP end up refused. I said, okay, PAC we deal with that, and PAAC we deal with that. They don't need to have a committee, and the entire country criticized the PMP, including Gideon Jackson and all of the media.
So, if my stand correct, bro. Nothing wrong with that.
It has nothing to do with Naira, and that me simply try and get to your brother. That's it.
So, me understand, man. Charlie, I understand that there so my phone ring all a while ago. I even hear half. I want to say I did the baby same time, bro.
But I try to tell you, say you're wrong about the something. But I tell you, say you save for your life.
No, me tell you, say me hear Mark Golding with the Naira thing somewhere. The other Chuck says something about Naira,
yes,
bro.
The press conference about a week ago.
All right, so we deal with that issue, Chuck, and it's okay. All right, now me go back to the argument about 1.7 or 1.8%, which is $26 million out of the donation that was made by the general public towards recovery of the people. Chuck, I play my music, I play something they want recording, so like me I hear Morris
sorry.
Vice. Yeah, me
Sorry,
hear Morris.
I try to find the press conference where Mark Gordon mentioned what Chops is saying here.
Right. Just
To
turn it
tell
down.
him
Just
that
turn it down.
the press conference where I talk was 1 month ago. 1 month ago.
Just turn it down. I mute your mic. I look for you. Look. But it will come back through. So what may I say is this now, right?
March, yes.
May I go back to the conversation where in 1.8%, $26 million out of 1.44 billion Jamaican dollars that was donated towards Melissa recovery, right? That amount of money the government has passed over to ODPEM, right? Mr. Gavin Gale, I think his name is responsible for all of that. All of the money they over for him. He's the lead, the front man on that and spending that money. He still has to follow the procurement rules that exist in this country. Public funds, the money become public funds because it belongs to the people. It's called public funds. Once you deal with public funds, you have to deal with the public procurement process, right? Anything he is doing is subjected to that. And we have seen where procurement has turned out to be the big problem, right? We see where a fence needs to be built on land belonging to the land agency of Jamaica, right? And it took 2.5 years to get the approval from the parish council to build a fence, a simple fence. And this is why NARA should be established the way it is, because it takes away all of these bureaucratic red tapes. We can't say we want to do something different and add in all the same rules that apply under normal circumstances that slow down situations under normal circumstances. You can't put all of them into NARA again. If you're going to have the same slow system, or if you just stay with the system that you have. Right? And the next thing we want people to pay attention to concerning the PNP's argument, they're killing themselves about that $1.44 billion. Do they not know that the government has spent over $60 billion towards...
Listen to this, Chopstick. Listen to this.
I called this press conference this morning, because the government intends to take the NARA legislation in the House this afternoon.
That's our Chopstick here. That press conference was on the 25th of April. 25th of March. That press conference was on that.
What is the misinformation that I'm spreading, Hugh Blair? Please tell me what is misinformation. Because one thing's for certain, you live in the United States, if it's not in black and white, then it doesn't happen. It's not real. It's just word of mouth. And to my knowledge, the senators that you're about to mention did not bring documentation to prove their argument. They just brought their lips. And like I said, you living in America, if in a black and white, it means jack. It's not real. It's false. It didn't happen. It's not in black and white. You know this, right? So I won't even entertain you on that argument. But I'm so glad the minister brought her documentation. I may ask the same question like she asked. Where is your documentation to prove your argument or to substantiate your argument? Where is your documentation, Mr. Blair?
Like I said earlier, Blair now no documentation. Blair, as I said earlier, if we study back in a Nazi Germany, the same methods that were employed by the Nazis back then, the Nazi party, that had the German people up in arms, are the same thing that is being employed by the PNP now. A high level of misinformation and right out lies. Blair have a come. Blair have a open invitation to this platform all the while, But Blair now go come. Right? Blair knows saying can always come over this discussion with me, but him now go come. So,
And Chuck, you know what is funny? You know what is funny? The Auditor General said so many things in her audit report, but I realize the conversation that is being had is only surrounding the fact that it's only 1.8% of the 1.4 billion that has been spent.
Again, it is from
That's
the
all they want to talk
playbook.
about. That's all they want to talk about.
That's
What about
all.
the rest of the report? Nothing else
Because
in the report
not
matters.
one of them has taken the time out to read anything else in that report. Because that line is the only thing of importance to them, nothing else.
And the only punchline they can go with.
I welcome that line. I welcome it. Because for me, that is why we need the NARA. That is why NARA was needed. And it shows the importance.
Look, if you're looking at the chat, Mr. Blair said he may post something in the green. Where? Mr. Blair, please. Please.
Comrade Blair, I can't read and write, you know. That's why
statements alone. Input a statement alone. I said to you to produce black and white to prove your claim. Statement alone, you go with. Well, listen, I can't make any statement more. You want me to make a statement? You want to hear me make a statement? Mr. I have a ticket to heaven now. I want to sell you. I have exclusive tickets to heaven.
The problem, Travis, the problem that most of these comrades have, including Blair, is that they believe that opinions are facts. And I keep trying to tell people your opinion is your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts.
That's right. That's right. But I'm saying, Chuck, if you look at the conversation surrounding the Auditor General's report, the only punchline they're running with is that the money not spent. The money not spent. And they don't see that backfire, that's them shooting themselves in the foot, because guess what? That's exactly the problem the Prime Minister have been talking about for the longest time. The fragmentation of government process and how long it takes to get anything done. Even Mark Golding has talked about it, that we live in a society that is low wage and low skill and low productive. Mark Golding has said this himself. And it has come to bear now. It is being proven even more. I know the next thing again people I wanted to pay attention to. There's no waste and fraud that they can complain about. Normally when the Auditor General come out, you hear them go say this missing, that missing, or whatever. Real-time audit go on, no money missing.
And again,
They only confirm that the money is being spent on a slow process.
And again, it proved that the Auditor General is involved in all these things every step of the way, just like we have been telling them. Real-time audit.
Yep.
Real-time audit of everything. So it doesn't matter which flag them want waste. This report by the Auditor General is welcome.
Yeah.
It proved why the NARA bill was necessary. It proves it 100%. And anybody, any well-thinking person would agree. But for Comrade Blair benefit, if Comrade Blair want to join, Comrade Blair need to come and tell us why the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation is not paying the builders to build the foundation for the container house to be placed, and when they're ready. That is a question that they need to answer. That's a question that needs to be answered by them, you know. Let me say if Comrade Blair will try and answer that part of the question. Why the Westmoreland, who get several millions from central government to prepare the place where the container house will be placed, are not doing it, are not paying the contractor, and then they are so blatant that even while they are not doing their part, them still have the nerve to come out and talk about place not prepared when not them have the money to prepare the place. These are the problem where we speak about all the while. But as I said,
Yeah, man.
but one of the most important thing about the audit, as you said, Travis, is that nobody can say no money missing.
Yep.
And you see, it is so. Let me tell you, even though the audit said that you still have people. Oh, yes, man, see there. I'm Andrew did that prepare for TV.
Yeah. And funny enough, Chuck, I listened to conversations round about this issue, and there are PNP affiliates who are saying, oh, only 26 million, because of that alone left, then take the rest. And the Auditor General never flagged that or said that. The Auditor General report you speak from. And the Auditor General has not said that, but here you are saying, oh, only that left, then take the rest. That makes sense? It makes no sense whatsoever.
Like I said earlier, it is sad that in the information age, this generation had more information available to it than
more
any
access.
other generation in the history of this earth.
More access, Chuck, and you find that
access to
this generation is more uninformed than any other generation.
And it's still the dumbest generation we ever had.
All right, Chuck, you went ahead and say it. I never want to put it away there, but you did.
It's simple. It is the generation with the most information, the most access to information, and it is still the dumbest generation we ever had. Because
they're lazy, Chuck, and they want everything to be told to them. They're not willing to go out and read. They're very reactive and dealing in sensationalism. That's what they deal with, excitement, right? And that's why we have a word of mouth society, right? And that word of mouth society has been cultivated from the 70s. When they go to talk a bag of things, and now we are seeing the worst of it.
Right?
Now we are seeing the worst of it.
People just talk.
No regard for facts.
Because they feel.
Yeah. No regard for facts.
Is gonna audit every cent. Vibes, Nara is not an auditing firm, sir.
Nara is
auditing firm. Vibes.
Nara is open to the Auditor General and also outside auditing firms or teams recommended by the permanent cabinet secretary. My bad, cabinet secretary. Yeah.
I remember, I remember the first PAAC meeting after Melissa, where the PNP was in charge. And the question was asked, how many bottles of water you give out already? Not too much case, how much bottle? Not too much case, how much bottle of water you give already? That means the same people that was clamoring for you to do away. The same people that was clamoring to do away with the procedure was went to Parliament and tried to say, oh, I got you, because you don't know what you're giving it to them and you don't know.
Harry, I see a message, and that is a fact, Harry. It's unbelievable that the people with the most access and the most technology and the most help turns out to be just that. And we're facing it right now with them. Because it's just funny how the PNP, who refuse to be a part of the committee that have dealt with this exact same money, right? And deal with the plans concerning spending these monies, they refuse to be a part of it, are the ones now who are making noise about the money being slowly spent. Right?
Hold on, Travel. Let me say something. Chuck, when you say that statement so broadly, it's a disrespect to persons on the JP side, to this generation of Jamaican Party supporters. Say the PNP support generation, not the PNP supporters. It's generation of the PNP supporters.
Well, that's true. No statement is infinite. But yes,
exactly.
I agree.
clear up that.
I agree. I take it back. It's
Thank you,
not
sir.
everybody, but you have some people in it
Yes, and
are
Harriet, too.
just.
Harriet, even withdraw that statement. Edit.
That are just.
No, seriously.
Information.
Harry said, Trivia, what Harry said is not, it's not political. That's not being political.
Justice for sure.
No,
Justice.
say some. No,
Hold on, guys. Justice. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Justice. You have concerns. Would you like to come and tell me and share your concerns with me, sir? Apparently, you want to join the conversation. But Harry, I take it because I agree that everybody have people who use the information wisely, who use the research and inform themselves. So saying it that broad.
Through research, it has been, reported that on average, a larger number of this society or this day and age are dumber than what exists back then. To put it mildly and nicely, what Harry said is not something that is political. It is research.
What metrics do they use to do that study, Chavi?
I can't tell you specifically what method they use to do the research, but I am reporting to you the findings of the research.
Okay, and research, Chavi.
Hold on. And I tend to believe the research because I experience it. And I see it out of my own observation, the laziness that exists, the unwillingness to do actual reading and actual research
Travi,
like back then.
Travi, you know,
but they can only speak about who they survey, right?
Common sense is missing. That's why I'm missing. Common sense, critical thinking.
Hey.
Look at the guy. Look at the sorry to break into the topic. Look at the Fulio, Julio, that case. Right? Look
Go
at
in there, mama. Mm-hmm.
If she was say them pick them done them comprehension skills, and this is the problem we are facing on a daily on TikTok. Comprehension skills, inability to understand. You know what happened? Sorry guys. So 4 guys unalive an artist in Florida. I don't know if you guys saw the case. And the main,
I know it, man. I don't know if you tell other people. I know it.
Yeah, man. And the main man took his cousin's vehicle, I think, take the weapon from him family, registered to him family member, go do the unaliving, clean the firearm, and it has a thing that saved the shell casing, and him never remember if he take out that. Him never remember. So with all of why I do all of the evidence that him say, oh, me I get rid of this and do that, and listen to me.
There's one key component that I want to add to your argument that you seem to have forgotten. That young man is well off. He's not a ghetto youth. He's a biracial child that is well off.
The man go Paris, the man go Switzerland, him like it
traveled the world before 17.
The whole case, the whole case trivia, the whole case shows say critical thinking is lacking. And I've often said that because me have a teenage son. Last night I was looking for something on my laptop and I was reading a paper to him. And he asked me, say, if AI write my paper. He asked me that and I feel embarrassed. Me say you're disrespecting me. Right? But I just chipped in to say that, guys. But I support the argument. Me have a teenager. Me would tell the man, say, go look under the cupboard. You see the Lysol, bring it come. And him say, look on the right side. And the man will come back and say, Mom, I don't see it on the right side. Some say, did you look on the left? Nah. Like, oh my God. Well, I'm just saying, it's just the truth.
It's not political trivia. Honest to God, it's not political.
Guys, listen to this. It is impossible for us just last week, we were having a discussion about the government tabling a bill to speed up the process That are the discussion last week, you know. The process is slow and we need to speed it up, and the bid are gonna make we do it. That was the discussion last week. This week, the question is now, government too slow. Them should have spent the money long time.
And as me see, I am the one. I don't know how many of you saw me last night over Dana program. Mighty God of Daniel, deliver me. Right? I kept repeating myself over there last night. One lady I said, even though you tell me that it sound like them just take that the money there and put it down and I use on them off. Why would they do that? Me explain it 10 different ways. I am the one come and say it 100 different ways, and she still held on to the same thing. You know, she still hold on to the same thing. One of the time they said to me, they say, oh, how much people they down in Westmoreland? They down at Trelawney and them not have no bed, they must sleep out the doors. So they said there were 800 and odd shelters. What happened to those? Why did they go in there? Oh, the condition of the shelters and this and that. So it was
Every excuse in the book.
Man, see, I am the one that he can tell you guys.
Listen, you see
Every
that,
excuse in the book.
the ultimate thing is that at the end of the day, we got through to a lot of people on the platform last night. Because if you realize, the tone of the conversations in the chat changed. You understand? Because it's as if that lady does not understand anything at all. And no matter how you try put it to her, she would never get it. And she bent and not receiving the information that you're putting out.
Say most of them having the discussion based on them feelings.
That is true.
Them feelings. This is how we feel it's supposed to work.
But Chuck, one of the things that stands out to me around this conversation and about this Auditor General report is that there's no misappropriation or corruption argument. All they are simply zoning in. And everybody seems to forget that.
Chaffee, before you go there, so Chaffee, so
yes, Mama.
There is something that is bothering me, and I am trying to look, you know, but it just I got to take up my laptop because I wanted to look at the report. I'm going to look at it because I don't want to speak out of context. Because if oftentimes when you are doing this investigation, Travi, because an audit is also an investigation.
It is.
You tend to want to get reasoning behind why
Thank you.
it is at column B instead of on column under column A. And it is funny that even though there is $11 billion that was spent or is being spent or future spending, there was no, it was flagged that only $26 million was spent, right?
Right.
And when you listen to the director, if they had sought some clarification from the director, because the audit report kind of said that there was no plans for the money, there is no clear plans. But listening to the director yesterday, he laid out his plans.
Yes.
He said that we are saving the money to do the foundation, right, Chavi? And to also buy some more modular houses. Correct, right?
What was the director yesterday? I think they only depend
Nationwide.
What are nationwide?
at 5.
So and then he was
Nationwide
also,
at 5?
yeah, he was also 6:30. So he was also saying that he has to wait on the finance ministry to provide the directive and streamline things. So if me now, Travi, as an auditor, went into your company, Travi, and Mr. Travi, oh, you know, drink off all of the tea, and you said this to me, I would have
reported the reasons.
I couldn't have flagged that.
But Lashika,
But if never mentioned that, I would have to. I am bounded to mention the reasons why.
To mention the reason,
yeah,
right?
Lashika. Yes, based on the director's statement yesterday, it sounds as if he gave this information. He gave this information to the Auditor General, you know, but the Auditor General did not report on that information.
I'm going to pull it up right now because me want to see this. So that is where my problem is, because I am basically saying that we are doing these things to invoke rage in the society, because that's what it did. Because I saw the post yesterday and I comment on it over topics, and somebody called me big stinking whatever girl. I have to wonder how big me be. Right?
Can I say something there? Can I say something there, Shika?
Just give me a second.
What is happening?
Let me just wrap this up. I'm just delete the comment and say, Father God, you see them want to pull me down in the gutter. So, but one
So Mr. Gill is a man of the highest integrity. I can attest to that. This is not somebody who is a normal Jamaican. These men will not put their integrity online for anything. I can tell you that. So when they are trying, you notice. Well, let me first say this. When I hear the argument, I realize what is happening. You cannot get the PMP out of Pamela Manuel Ellis. You cannot.
And
so she will do things.
Don't say Pamela. Yes. Don't say Pamela. You know why? Because it's not she that goes directly. Even though she has to finalize and whatever, it's her team that go. So we can now say, and the comrade them and do the investigation and the auditing and all of that. That we can say.
Yes.
So it's what she gets. She just sign and say, all right, this is it.
But Shika, if she's the daughter of that man, Trevor Monroe, she cannot. And
we're not sure about that. It's speculation.
Yes, she is. She is. Can't hide. Listen, man, let me tell you something. They're trying. Why are you giving out her statement? Why are you giving out her statement?
I'll say this to you, Soji. I'll say this to you.
And we have two new persons in the back. Can we have a contribution from them, please?
Yeah, man. Let me just respond to Soji right quick.
And Rose Rice.
Go ahead, Chabi.
Let me just respond to Soji right quick and do it. Soji, let me tell you something. It no matter where Mrs. Manuel Ellis, my in-law, allegiance lie. You see, from the materials produced, we can use it to show the flaw in the PMP's action and in their argument. Because, let's say she's PMP and she did this because of PMP. But if we drill down into the information provided, we realize that the process is actually accountable. The issue they have falls directly back to the PNP. The money is spent slow? Yes, because the PNP hold on to the old bureaucratic process that is holding back the development, that is holding back this country. And we must pay attention to, and at first the PNP do this. But I'm going to hold my point right there so, and bring in the new people and make me come back to it. So go ahead with the new folks.
Evelyn? We're not here from Evelyn. So, we disconnect Evelyn. But me go play this on yesterday. Let's listen to it now.
Auditor General's report that was tabled in the House of Representatives just yesterday regarding the Auditor General's real-time audit of the Hurricane Melissa Relief Initiative. Much of the $1 billion in cash donated to the government's Hurricane Melissa relief effort went unspent months after the Category 5 system devastated western parishes. That's according to an ongoing real-time audit of the Hurricane Melissa relief initiative being undertaken by the Auditor General's Department. A report from the audit was tabled.
Chuck, we're not hearing anything. Chuck, we're not here.
Chuck, we're not
get it together. Audio's back. Chuck, the audio, Chuck.
Look like him walk away from the phone.
You know what that
That's
old man
weird.
doing now?
I need the man's rough shaker.
It is just about having the got you moment that they are looking for, and thought this was, oh shit, we see this in the money not spent, make we go out with this.
5 years of accountability and transparency. And now transparency and accountability is available. Their complaint is speed of service delivery. Makes sense?
You know what?
All right.
You know what?
So that when that one play, we'll get it more. All right.
You know what I pointed out last night? I pointed out the fact that this just suddenly show up on the heels of
The
us
$10 billion
finding out
roof
that
initiative provides financial
PNP
assistance to
municipalities
emergency
received the
provisions.
$40 million and
However,
didn't do anything.
when the draft report
And did not do anything with it.
the Office of Disaster
All right, guys,
Preparedness
listen
and
up, man. Make we say this better.
told auditors the low spending rate was due to the absence of authorization from the Ministry of Finance to expend the funds. At the time of the report, 88% of donated funds still remained uncommitted. Well, in the meantime, the Auditor General also highlighted several concerns about the government's roof program. The $10 billion roof initiative provides financial assistance to rebuild homes that were damaged by the hurricane and assessed through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. ODPEM procured $167 million in roofing materials across 4 contracts using restricted bidding and single-source procurement methods permitted under emergency provisions. However, 3 of the 4 contracts were awarded to suppliers who did not hold valid Public Procurement Commission registration certificates or current tax compliance certificates at the time of the award. The auditors also found weaknesses in how deliveries were verified. Of $122 million in building supplies delivered to the Jamaica Defense Force locations, only $88 million was formally acknowledged as received. Well, joining us now to discuss the matters in relation to the roof program specifically is the Minister of Labor and Social Security, that's Colonel Charles Jr. Good afternoon, Minister.
Pleasant afternoon, how are you?
Chuck, not that one, Chuck, not that one.
I trust all is well with you.
He came after
Chuck,
this?
not that one. 6:30, so the interview after that.
After this, all right, I'm fine.
Well, I'm here where make sure that the country, I think if it's framed in that way, and I think it will be reasonable to agree, there is income, or I was assessed and I haven't gotten any voucher.
Parliamentarians when they're being sworn in. The fact that once we are at 4% of its air reserved box seats, 7,500.
Successfully retain their title.
This must
For
be
25 years, Digicel has
Things after dark.
come get your mind blown.
And that's a roof repair program. Some donated for.
here we go.
Good evening, listeners, viewers. Welcome back. It is 6:25 and time for the nation's business. Again, I'm your host, Siobhan Campbell, and we stay on the same topic, the matters of the Auditor General's report on Hurricane Melissa relief initiatives across the country. But now we have with us the Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, that's ODPEM, Commander Alvin Gale. Good afternoon, good evening, Commander.
Good evening, Siobhan. Good evening to your listeners.
Good evening to you too. So we have a statement here from your agency, Commander Gale. So I'm just going to give you the opportunity just to respond, to give your immediate reaction to the findings from the Auditor General that out of about $1.44 billion collected in donations, only about $26 million has been spent. How do you respond to that concern raised by the Auditor General?
I thank you for the opportunity, Siobhan. So I want to start by indicating that the ODPEM takes the findings of the Auditor General quite serious, and we recognize the importance there to strengthen governance and inventory management systems and our procurement administration, the whole delivery and documentation reporting mechanisms required.
And what I'll also indicate is that I want to assure the public rather that all the materials purchased in support of the government-directed roof repair program from donated funds have been accounted for and brought onto other inventory management system.
Okay, and that information has been forwarded to the Auditor General to satisfy her of those concerns?
I believe we did respond in that manner. We have accounted for the items. What I'll also indicate further to the matter concerning the donated funds. So yes, some $1.4 billion have been donated to ODTEM accounts. At the material time, and I want to contextualize it, we had spent some $26 million to support the government-directed roof repair program under the shelter recovery program. We had ceased spending that from this account, as we would have written to the Ministry of Finance to see the regularizations of the funds as is required for under the government rules. That was treated with. We were awaiting the response at the time of the report. Since then, we have spent some $135 million to support the program directly. But we must also understand that at the time's material, some $400 million worth of material, building material and sundries were donated to the program, which when we looked at it and based on demand required for the roofing program, it would have been prudent for us to retain the funds and call for the donated materials to be used in the execution of the program. So it's against that background at the material time, only $26 million would have been spent.
Okay, so just to keep our listeners abreast, so it's not that you simply forgot that the money was there, it's that you had received donation in kind, essentially separate and apart from those funds, and you decided that it was best to just utilize the donations in kind for the program rather than utilizing the funding.
That was the prudent decision taken instead of buying or duplicating the effort of buying extra material. Also at the time, the demand from the JDS in terms of their capacity to replace roofs would not have necessarily outstripped the $400 million worth of donated items.
Okay, I see a picture forming now. But the Auditor General still suggested that funds uncommitted, a significant amount of funds uncommitted, meaning you still had no actual plans in relation to how you intended to spend that. What has been what is the plan essentially then now to utilize that funding?
The plan is to continue to support the government-led direct roof repair programs. In our letter to the Ministry of Finance in January, we had definitely indicated that we wanted to spend up to $500 million to support that particular program. What I'll also indicate is that, again, under the shelter recovery program, you might recall that there are about 6 different avenues of program or project areas, of which the government-directed roof repair program is one. There's also the matter concerning the deployment of modular housing solutions. So to support the modular housing solutions, there is some $600 million earmarked to support that program. More specifically, we are speaking about the construction of the concrete bases that need to attend to the deployment of these housing solutions. So another $600 million has been committed, or earmarked rather. Committed might mean a very different thing in the financial circles, but $600 million has been committed or earmarked, let me use that term, to support, again, the shelter recovery program. The overarching idea of the utilization of funds that are donated is such that we'll have a tangible outcome at the end of it. And all the funds have now been earmarked specifically to support housing recovery matters and or any other programs as requested by donors specifically. So there's a specific donor request, then we will seek to honor that. But in the mainstream, the funding from the funds from the donated funds will be treated with under the shelter recovery program or any other housing related matters.
Please stay with us, Commander Gale. I want to, after this break, discuss the reporting relationship in terms of ODPEM and the Ministry of Finance, but that's after the break. Please stay with us.
Drive the most
is the government's bureaucracy keeping up with the needs of ODPEM in terms of responding to the Hurricane Melissa relief initiatives?
First of all, what I said, there are avenues which can be explored for us to treat with getting the aid to where it needs to get to. The matter has moved along significantly, so I won't seek to sit here and present a roadblock from any MDA concerning how the ODPEM can get on with this business.
But I have to ask that though, because Commander Gill, what you've suggested, and you suggested this to the Auditor Generals as well, is that you were awaiting the money, but the ministry simply had not provided it.
No. So to be clear, the monies are in ODPEM's accounts.
Yes.
The FAA Act and its instructions require that we seek for it to be regularized through particular modalities. Well, we could have gone ahead and spend, which we did, but to ensure that the process was very clear and was on some legal footing, we thought then to ensure that the funds would have become regularized as per the requirements of the Act.
Okay, so it wasn't a situation where you felt that your hands were tied. You just felt that in the interest of just transparency, I'm going to wait before acting.
Exactly, because as you would have seen in the report also, that was an issue in a prior event. So we thought to make sure that the funds were, treated in an above-board manner.
And I'm assuming when you were referring to the prior event, you were talking about the Hurricane Beryl funding, which was also brought up in the Auditor General's report.
That was also brought up in the Auditor General's report.
And I know you would not have had charge of ODPEM during that period of time, but what was the explanation provided to the Auditor General as to why that funding had languished for so long unspent?
I will be clear, I didn't seek to offer a very detailed response to them in that matter. My understanding of the circumstances, much at the time, is that they would have, in the similar fashion to how we would have benefited from donations, they would have also benefited from donations. And prescriptively, if you look at the amount in total, it was about $59 million, which is significantly less than
what you have currently working with, yes.
No. Also, the effect on Jamaica was significantly less. So we have to look at it in that sort of contextualized manner.
But you have donors looking on, and they will raise the concern themselves that we're providing this money for the relief effort. We're assuming that it is going towards a good cause, but yet it is just sitting in a government account. You understand the concerns that would come from international donors, local donors as well.
I do understand the concern, but the context that we would have thought to add to it, I believe, should reassure the public that we have the best interests of Jamaicans at heart, and we will be spending the money in the approved manners, which should be clear to the government and to the people of Jamaica at the end of the day.
Understood. So let's speak about those funds now that you said you've regularized them and you have them earmarked for certain programs. What is the plan in terms of the rollout? You spoke to the modular housing program that was announced by the Prime Minister earlier. Do you have a time frame as to your expectations for that rollout, for that runout?
This will be over a matter of months, Siobhan. I'll indicate in total between procurement of units and donations of units, we're looking at about 2,700 units. That will take some time to process. So as it rolls out, we have started the process of identifying beneficiaries. There's a large program already identified. We started looking at the lands. A number of bases have been built. So it will take some time. It will take, I hazard just about just greater than 6 months for the implementation. We're not talking about 10, 15 dwellings. We're talking, well over 2,000 units to be deployed and concrete bases built.
Oh, okay, so 6 months is the expected time frame.
I'm saying, in by my estimation, not being an engineer, it will be definitely more than 6 months.
Okay, I understand. That's a cautious enough answer. So based on what you have seen in the Auditor General's report, based on your now, I believe you've had about a few months there at the helm of ODPEM, what are your lessons in terms of responding to any future similar disasters in terms of getting the funding arranged so that you can respond expeditiously?
I believe we are already in a significant position to respond expeditiously. We have to respond to a demand for spend. If it is that we have significant resources,
Trivia for move guy Westmoreland.
And there's no additional demand to be spending. So there's a demand and there's also the capacity to deliver on the demand. So we have to balance those two events together to ensure that we are rolling within our capacity to roll out and also to satisfy the demand that's there. So it is a very balanced approach, and we will take the approach as balanced, as clear as we can to ensure that the process is clear to Jamaicans.
And before I move on to another topic, Commander Gale, there's something I see it being bandied about in the public space, because I suppose there's this misconception when an Auditor General report comes out, there's always this, something corrupt is going on. But just to be clear, there is no suggestion by the Auditor General anywhere that money is missing or unaccounted for, or that it has been directed where it should not be directed. There are no such allegations being sent, correct?
I have seen no such report from the Auditor General. I want to indicate as well that there is a matter concerning some deficiency in the delivery protocols. I will indicate that, as the Auditor General indicated, there were two occasions, I'll say two occasions, on which the delivery slips to JDF for operating bases were not countersigned by ODPEM reps. Those deliveries occurred during signed hours. And at the material time, only the JDF rep was on site. But I will indicate that notwithstanding only JDF rep was on site at the time of delivery, we have received the delivery slips and we have gone ahead, done our checks on the material, and all the material has been accounted for within our inventory system. So as a matter of that, the equipment or material went missing. That was not the case at all.
So you can say clearly to the Jamaican people, nothing untoward has been alleged and nothing untoward has been discovered through the course of this real-time audit.
My reading of it and all the reports prior has not suggested anything untoward. There are some administrative gaps that we have been seeking to fill right across all the reports. If you read the reports carefully, you will see in our management responses the thinking statements made about what had been done, why we did them, and some of the processes that are already underway to ensure that we will be better prepared or better managed in future events.
And I think that is actually a good segue, because I want to talk to you now, Commander Gale, about the realignment of ODPEM to the Office of the Prime Minister, along with the reporting arrangement with the JDF. How has that been going since that adjustment was made by the Prime Minister?
I will indicate, Siobhan, that bringing the two entities under the same umbrella has gone well for the Jamaican people. We do see synergies on the ground, wherein the JDF became our boots on the ground, not only for them, but for the broader Jamaica. It is almost impossible for any civilian entity to have a large body of skilled men and women ready to go to execute various roles and functions in the disaster risk management space, and have them sit and being paid as a sort of insurance. That is one of the reasons why we have the JDF. And bringing us under the same umbrella has caused some greater synergies between that administrating towards the DRM process and actually getting the operational elements on the ground.
And we're a few months out now from Hurricane Melissa, but there's still a lot of Jamaicans still trying to put together the pieces, so to speak. Do you have any final words for them, Commander Gale?
What I want to say to Jamaican people is that the ODPEM and the national system has not forgotten any Jamaican who has been affected by Hurricane Melissa. I do believe Minister Charles has spoken already to some initiatives that the Ministry of Labour and Social Security has been undertaking and will revamping to undertake to ensure that we're able to reach all Jamaicans. And the anthem is here to help to coordinate and to support various programs under the recovery relief reconstruction efforts being made through the DOJ.
That's Commander Alvin Gale. He is the Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM. Thank you for joining us, Commander. It was appreciated. Thank you for providing an update regarding the ODPEM's initiatives for Hurricane Melissa.
There you go. That was the commander himself speaking, right? That was the commander himself. But I would assume that all of this information, or most of it, where the commander just speak about, the auditors would have gotten it. The auditors would have known, say, yeah, man, even though we're not going to send the material, we get the material. I am 1000% sure that the auditors on the ground ask somebody, say, how many of the, oh, yeah, man, we have them, man. It's just that, what did that, it's like, but the audit was about finding the gotcha moment, and then couldn't find none. Because no matter how them search, the money still there, but not missing, unaccounted for. But them did have to go back with something. So then say, make we use this. Them have the money and they don't spend it. So what we can do with that? Simple put. Just need them something.
About this. Chuck, it was about distracting from the $40 million that was received by the Westmoreland municipality, and they have not done nothing to facilitate the distribution of the modular units by the government.
And more than, I understand, the money was given to them more than once. It was given to them, returned to central government and sent back.
Yes. So now, because the parish council is under pressure, all of a sudden, the Auditor General found this report to release.
Look a red herring for the
time. First time see the yellow report come out.
Look a red herring for the base. You have to give them something to run with. As me say, it is just again the generation with the most information is partially proven to be the dumbest generation. I can't understand it. So just last week we having a debate about the Naira bill that we are telling people, yes man, the process of government is too slow and we need to speed it up. If we follow this, we never get none done. You see so, right? We can't get none done under it. And the same people them now was there opposing this. No, you need back this. Well, see it now. That's why, again, despite anything of the report say, it is welcome and it is proven why we needed a Naira. It is welcome and it proved why. Kizzy.
Oi, give me 2 minutes. May I come? May I clean up one matter over our next part.
Okay, a long time I wrote, that's just all right. Let me just say.
Chuck, you know, me's a multitasker. You know, so we deal with several platforms at once. So this will come.
All right, glad to hear it. But as I say, I welcome this now. I welcome this report. That the process in government is too goddamn slow. There are too many red tape and unnecessary bureaucratic process. And see, it proved now, said the Auditor General and all these people, them work. Because you have the Auditor General in real time doing an audit of the money that comes in, and the Auditor General will be there to audit projects going through NARA. So, when we tell them all the while, say, we have enough oversight, we have them there, and somebody, who was it here, Chabia, who did they what they tell we say, in log, and who was it? Who did they with? Was it Ingram?
That was
What you say?
I did Ingram.
Repeat the
I
first
tell you
part.
say Nara, the Nara, they think no written in law. Oh no, it was vice of the nation. It was vice of the nation. Then can audit, but in law.
Oh, it was when I said that the auditor general can audit NAR at any given time. He said it's not in law. So, all right, let's talk about the supreme law of the country, which is the Constitution. The Auditor General is enshrined in the Constitution and has that power to audit any government entity at any time.
At any time.
And he didn't have a response to that.
Right, at any time.
The vice of the PNP was.
And that is why Nara is you know what they me hear I was listening to Michelle Stern, and she said that she don't believe that the Nara legislation should have a sunset. She said you can sunset the organization but leave the legislation in place, so that once a disaster comes, you can just reactivate it. And I believe this is true. But we are hoping that by the next major disaster, we will be able to get rid of some of these unnecessary bureaucratic red tape where hinder government from doing anything. Again, it cannot be the norm. It cannot be the norm that a community needed a bridge, and the bridge took 5 years to start construction. 5 years. It cannot be the norm that to just be like a fence around a school. 4 years before you get the approval. 4 years. Them something that can't be normal. Them something that can't be normal. And you have a bunch of loud talkers every day. Oh, government now do this, government now do that. But not because somebody attack, that means they contribute to the conversation. Right? Not because somebody speaking, that means they have a whole heap of people who just talk, and as the Prime Minister would say, half in time nonsense. Means that they contribute to the conversation. Right? But that's why I say it, I welcome this NARA bill. I welcome it. And this Auditor General report proves why we need this bill. Right? So I mentioned it earlier. I tried to mention it earlier. The most important thing to note is that there is no fraud, no corruption, no misappropriation of funds, all of the money be there. That is the first takeaway we have to take away from it. The money is there.
Mr. Master. Master. Good day, panel. Good night. Good day, labor rights, independence, naysayers, and everybody. I listened to a news report, right, done by CVM. And if you will allow me, Chuck, I would like to play it. All right. So give me a minute. Let me bring it up.
There was more. Jamaica, listen this. A new audit has revealed troubling gaps in Jamaica's hurricane relief management. This as it found despite billions of dollars in donation after Hurricane Melissa, only a fraction has been spent, sending red flags over how the funds are being managed. The latest Auditor General's report has found that of the $1.44 billion donated for Hurricane Melissa relief, only 1.8% or $26 million has so far been spent. That money, it says, went solely to roofing materials. Meanwhile, leftover funds from Hurricane Beryl of over 138.8 million Jamaican dollars and 100,000 US dollars remain untouched. The report notes that the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, had no expenditure plan, leaving aid idle while citizens waited for relief. The audit also revealed that millions were withheld by a financial services institution, some 15.7 million Jamaican dollars and nearly 300,000 US dollars. There was no formal contract. Transfers were delayed and the Auditor General could not confirm if the money ever reached ODPEM's accounts. This, as the report reminds, that the audit is one aimed at retaining transparency in the use of the funds and ensuring accountability as the government embarks on several projects under the recently passed NARA. But there was more. The roof restoration program also came under fire. The report notes that $34 million in roofing materials has been delivered without signed receipts. It found that payment records for contracts worth over $100 million were missing. This, as ODPEM says, 421 roofs were repaired, but auditors found no clear beneficiary verification and no completion reports. Also under the microscope, the National Disaster Fund. The audit concluded that the NDF, Jamaica's safety net, is not compliant with the law. It shared the fund had no designated bank account. As such, the report continued, the funds are mixed with other projects. Additionally, it notes required annual reports and statements of accounts have not been prepared from as far back as 2018. As of February, the fund held $163 million in cash and $293 million in investments. Despite this, the Auditor General says oversight remains weak. The Auditor General concluded that weaknesses in financial management and governance threaten Jamaica's disaster response. The report urges ODPEM to act immediately with a clear expenditure plan, a dedicated account for the disaster fund, and formal agreements with partners. Without swift reforms, the Auditor General notes donor trust and public confidence could erode, leaving Jamaica vulnerable when next a storm hits.
Jamaica, listen.
Okay, so Chuck and panelists, when CVM News reports like this, yeah, and this is the narrative sent out there from traditional media. You see this little clip on TikTok here, it have 900 comments. Tell me, that sound like them a report say, okay, there is the money is there and there is no corruption. This was reported and formulated exactly. Them talking about red flags, public trust, donors, donations, donors left idle.
Them start off with say it being troubling. You understand what is the troubling thing that was? Because that's how they start the story.
So
all of that is a false report. Well, Russell, make his definition, please.
So guys, what I'm saying, you see, yesterday we would have heard and seen some members among us who are disgruntled, for lack of a better word, with the way things are communicated from the government side, right? And when you look at it, sometimes you can't even blame, because right now, right now to your holiday, you know, me should I in my bed or the out with friends or something. It would take my whole day counter and I do this and I do that all over social media. You know why? Because we're on the defensive. The government has done nothing wrong, you know. The government has done nothing wrong. They're trying their best to manage the funds, the donations in the best possible way. It's not like people not getting help, and everybody know the red tape. If it's not one thing or the other, government can't act loosely. But guess what? If you or I was a person sitting somewhere in Jamaica in one of the most devastating areas and hear this report, you know how would I feel? Worse if we were a supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party or cross that X last year and choose Jamaica, we would have feel like shit. And that is just the truth, because you need immediate help. And when you hear how much billions sit down, even from burial time, people not go happy about those things. And we know as a party and as a government, we know how the media is, and we know how the public stay when it comes on to Labour Party in a government. There is no grace, right? So if everybody know that the Auditor General, nobody can tell me say those in government or those in the know never know say the Auditor General doing a report. And you can't tell me say you're a part of government and you know have an idea what is going to come to the public. Come to the public first. Come to the public first. And if you can't come to the public first, come to your loyalists and your tribalists and put weapon with God and make we start go there with the argument. This being caught like deer in front of the headlights all the time. Our fault. And sometimes, Chuck, you know we do this long. Sometimes the government not even have the argument, and we as bloggers, we find it. We find it and we explain it and we put ourselves out there and we break it down for our people to understand. Right? This are just pure carelessness. We can't be no novice in a government. We are go over 10 years now. We have to do better. We know we don't have media support. We know we don't have traditional media support. And it's not like one time where it was one little Facebook platform or now we have Instagram, we have TikTok, we have Twitter, we have YouTube. Everybody have them platforms, right? And like one time where it was a certain selected voices and we know who we are dealing with. We have 20 and 30 fake accounts to deal with and people from all corners and walks of life. Some not even live in Jamaica. They don't see Jamaica over 30 years, but them out there, right? It is not nice. All of this, it never have to reach here. That's all me I say. Am I proud that them can't say the government thief? The money is there. But at the same time, when you listen to the CVM report, it sounds like them are accused of corruption. Clearly.
You know, so that's what CVM is doing. That's how they frame it.
That's how they
frame it. To try. You can't say them don't have the ability to say the money gone, you know. So what they do is leave.
They are implying it. Then I leave it open to the public's interpretation.
As Travis said, when them start the report, it troubles and red flags.
Yes.
What kind of red flags? The same red flags where we are trying to get rid of how long?
You can ask a question.
Sure.
What is it that gives the PNP the power to take the bull by the horn and spend what they must spend and do what they must do? Why the Labour Party can't do it?
The PNP are spending their own money, we are spending public money.
No, but we're not talking. I'm speaking in terms of if the PNP was in power now, no bureaucracy couldn't hold them back. No red tape couldn't.
No, Rusty, it's the same. This is the same thing, Rusty. You know what the difference is? The media and civil society is very mild when it comes on to the PNP. Everything is acceptable. I want you to pay attention to them in opposition and whatever they do, whatever behavior they have, it is acceptable. Before they come out and talk the truth, they rather not speak any at all.
True. Not only that, the PNP have the backing of the 28 fake civil society groups. And them have the bullet pen, which is
the largest conglomerate in the Caribbean.
In the country.
I did mention both of them. I did mention both of them. Media and civil society.
You remember when I keep saying to you and maybe Chuck that my problem with our government is we are too laid back when it comes on to the laws. We should not have this problem at this moment. You know why? Dr. Nigel Clark been a talk about the procurement, the amending the Procurement Act. So we should have done this already. Why is it, my problem is, why is it we only go to Parliament 1 or 2 per week? Why we not take the time and fix the necessary bills them that is going to take us from off of the back foot? Why we not doing it? Why we not spend time? Just like how we spend time the other day, Travi, and fix NARA. Why don't we do that? We are always caught. Even I remember what happened the other day. And I think it was the guy, what his name, Davian Vassal. Vassal was talking and Vassal said, oh, if you're caught, must be drunk or something like that, and it is $10. Them something
Dollar something.
$1.
No, $4. Four is less than
$4?
$5 Jamaican dollars. $4 something. I heard it.
We need
We need
to amend the laws that are going to make us effective government and an effective government. I have a problem with that because this procurement actually fixed on point. You know what happened? PNP always a bully JLP. Always a bully JLP, because when they said we're going to amend the act, you know, PNP said, oh, me remember the day vividly, oh, we're not going to do it because of corruption and this and that and whatever. And I don't think it went any further. And see, come back around, come back in a way, as a Mark Golden, that's the way algorithm, yeah.
Lashika, we had in the last government, 49 seats.
Exactly.
49 seats. We should have used it effectively. And we went through COVID. And I thought, me personally, I thought that those kind of emergency powers that we used during COVID, right? I thought they would cover these kind of situations with Melissa. You understand? So you this lollipop, I mean, we know that we were asking the public to donate, right? You know, wait until months later, you talk about procurement issues, and it sounds stupid. And my government, I don't know, me fight to the death for Labour Party in a government, but when some things you just can't defend it, you have to just make we take we beaten and fix what we fix. Because honestly, I am one of them who say the people in our Westmoreland, some of them deserve to suffer, right? Me not go change my mouth, no. So I then listen, deserve to suffer, but then at the end of the day, they are citizens of Jamaica. And when you form government, you are government for everybody. And the people all over the world turn out and donated. The people in a shelter, my good God, man. Ask how much money did they? I mean, I saw a report, I think it's from APCA, and he was explaining that, let me see if we can find it. He's saying that of the 1 billion plus donor funds, 600 million is being used to assist the process of providing modular houses for people whose dwellings were demolished by Melissa. This disbursement of donor funds and funds from consolidated fund require different processes. But why you couldn't tell me this from before? What, you think this would be beneficial to we in the public? No, this would have out there. You can't come now and I tell we, oh, Auditor General stated that the government has entered into Hurricane Melissa relief and recovery related contracts totaling 11 billion. These are after the fact.
You know what? I looked at the report a while ago. You see, I glanced at it a while ago, and one of the contention in the report is that the intended purpose of the donation is not being actualized. That means that they must say the government sit down upon the money and spend it for the people, towards the people. That's what they're saying. Even though the government is saying, oh, we're spending $11 billion, or we have spent $11 billion. They're saying the intended purpose of the money for the donation. So in other words, they're saying if the government had taken a stance and said, all right, I am going to issue everybody down at Westmoreland $1 million and the money done, it would have been good. It would have been good because that's what the report is saying. So the people them gear the money, forget the people them, and you have no purpose for it. That's what I just saw in the report. And it's sad. It is sad.
What is also sad is, and we get the complaints all the time, that this the communication from both government and the JLP is not up to par, it's not up to what it should be. And this is a clear example of that. The communication gap is there, and that's part of the problem, really and truly. So along with the fact that the agencies or the whole system of procurement and delivering service and goods to the people, that has to be fixed. But the communication is also lagging, because if we were out front, like Kizzy is saying, out front with a lot of this information, the money is geared towards doing certain things, and give some kind of timeline when you think that will get through the process. That would help and put up everybody on their guard. But we have to face it. It's a problem in this country right now, and this government has not fixed it. As I said, I made a comment earlier, NARA is going to fix some of those problems, and hopefully NARA will grow up to be the order of the day in the future.
You look at the comments over Twitter. When you look at the comments over Twitter, it's like the government, it's like a corruption. Trust and believe. It is sad. It is sad. Just sad.
I've been wanting to say this. Kizzy, you played a very interesting report from CVM. I want to ask you, do you think it's a coincidence that on the same day that Nikisha is in the parliament stating that the government favors certain media houses in opposed to some, you have this type of reporting and come out like it is so blatant. It is so blatant the way that CVM report came off. It is no there is no coincidence that Nikisha was in parliament speaking the way they speak. And I hear people say, oh, JLP government never have luck with the media yet, and JLP government never this and that. Even more so this one, because this one does not desire to squander and throw down money into these media houses when the main means of communication for the general public is through social media. The main means of communication will never go back to the days of CVM, TV, being our main communicators. It will never. Yes, Jairus, really, I said it. What? Because me always ask the hard question, or me always point out the sinister ways of your party. Yeah, man, it is a sinister move. That is the same day that Nikisha are run with the narrative, all the media entities must line up and I run with it same way.
Always hear Chuck say something, Chuck always say the media make you or break you. That the media, that Chuck always say. Chuck, that you always say? Are you say, Chuck?
We tell them the most powerful entity anywhere in the world, the media. Then tell you if you love, tell you if you hate.
Yes. And we can use two things.
And it is slipping away from them. For having that, it's slipping away.
We can use two things, Travis, to guide we in this regard. You know that the report about the Prime Minister could have been different, and the report about this Auditor General report could have been different. You know that? Say before the media put out that report, they could have sought a response from the director of ODPEM. Before
that's what they're supposed to do.
That's what they're supposed to do. There is a 24 or 48 hours. Yes,
that's what responsible practitioners does, But we don't have responsible media practitioners in Jamaica.
Yes, they are supposed to do
journalism is dead, I'm telling you, journalism is dead.
Because even though, and remember why I went to look at the report, right? Why I went to look at the report was to see that if they gathered any backstory as to why the money was not spent, that was not there. That is not in the report either. So they did their audits, and that is it. They said there is no clear plan, but the director clearly can outline a plan. So there is something wrong. There is no correspondence between both of them. So you just come in, do your
600 million of the money is to go to money.
Exactly.
No plan
So
What do you mean there's
understand.
no
I don't understand. And they're saying that
Shika, as me say, these media houses are all of them are in financial troubles and they're looking for bailout from the government because you know why? Government isn't the only advertiser in this country, but they want government to fill the gap because businesses are actually going to social media, establishing social media platforms for themselves and is doing it right on social media and their businesses are failing. It's not just in Jamaica. Come over America, let me show you something. I Show Speed, Kai Sinat, and all the top streamer them, we are getting millions in contract and endorsements from companies, big companies. Why? Because they have the most audience. When they go live, millions of people are watching their streams. Millions of people are spending time on social media. That's why everybody are turned to social media. And here's the last thing I'm going to say before I yield to. These media entities all over the world, not just in Jamaica, that used to be the billionaire companies, are all in financial issues and have to merge and consolidate assets to stay afloat, while social media is creating millionaires and multimillionaires, and social media companies in the snap of a finger are multi-billion-dollar entities. Facebook worth billions, Instagram worth billions, TikTok worth billions, so much so that these people are willing to go to when they call it Chuck, when the countries them are what's the term right here? When the countries them what them call it, I'll tell you when they come back to me. But so much so that countries are willing to go to war over ownership social media platforms. That's where the money is. And government can't supplement your company, your failing company.
Let me add something, Chavi. You know, earlier when Chuck mentioned that, what's the name you mentioned, Chuck? The German national name?
Joseph Goebbels.
Yeah, when Chuck mentioned Joseph Goebbels and what he did with the media, I tend to ask the question surrounding the acquisition of CVM in 2022. And I was hearing some rumors. But when Chuck said that to me, I asked myself, could this be a coordinated effort by a particular group to control the media houses? And some months ago, they had approached Nationwide to do a merger. Guess who is the owner of CVM? It was owned by a Barbados group and Michael Leachin previously until 2022 when there was an acquisition. And who was the first one to leak that acquisition? He allegedly leaked the acquisition to push through that sale. The Gleaner, who now owns CVM TV. And I want you all to go do your research.
Hold on, trivia. I'll tell you this. Not just the ownership part. Here's what I want to bring into focus. There's a common war practice we're in. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. No.
Hold on, that's
TVM and TVJ might not be working together or even like each other, they're rivals. But their common problem is not getting government advertisement on an overly inflated price to keep their companies afloat. Yeah? They will get a little advertisement, but not to the tune. And hear this trivia. When the member of parliament can come and talk about it, so they not get enough advertisement, it goes to show you that it's not a joke. And the mouthpiece come and cry out now, you know? And the mouthpiece, who they in turn be mouthpiece for, one hand and wash the other. So guess what? Out in the public, they can be mouthpiece for them, but in the legislative chamber, they want to be mouthpiece for the media outlets. It's business for them.
I need you guys to do research on C Sports.
Well, trivia, then they can't tell we all of the information. What me need to go research at me have you right here, so.
I was told just told that I should be cautious of what I'm saying because I can be, yeah. So I'm waiting. I have I have a document in my hand that was just sent, and I sent someone to it. They are going to go through it and then advise me what I can say publicly.
If anybody here can remember, yesterday I said it very clearly on the platform that we were on, that there's the three musketeers. Those are the very same three people, and the one that owns C Sports is that third musketeer. There are two musketeers.
I don't know that long time, man. Why am name? Daring Bunting and Golding. Who that? Daring. Then him that me did that a long time, but to make me sound like me never sure. Me did know a long time, but me Chiefy make it sound like me never sure, because me remember say him did I take it over and I found a problem with that, because I was saying to myself, if I am correct.
So listen, they bought the PNP and they're buying all of the media houses.
Yeah, and they bought Gleaner, now they bought CVM. So we see why CVM behave like that, and I guess that's why George Davis left. Hello.
Trust me, Lashika, there's a smoking gun. Trust me, there is something there. Hold on, just wait.
You say the Jamaican people,
So hold on. So you see where my argument is concrete. You see where my argument is. I mean, I don't need to come out and call them argument, just call them name, a word about, the safety of it. What you can do is show people the clear parallels. Show people the clear parallels, and they will see it for themselves. Notice, two are the nation's two biggest print media decide to collaborate on how they do them printing, and how them what's the term was used? Come on, use the exact term where them use. Maybe we come to people's mind. They want to come together on how they what's the term? But what they would mean is how they formulate the news where they're gonna report. How them formulate news, like Gleaner, Observer, and work together. How do you expect to get any difference in reporting? Everybody are going to run the same way. Gleaner in a financial difficulties, so much so that them sell the mansion, according to my friend. Right? They locked down 2 stations all in 2026. We not talk about last year. They report losses of over 500 million. All in 2026. Me not talk about last year. Me I talk about this year alone. Me don't go last year yet. When you look, this one I report last, the other one I report last, the smaller people I report. What do you think? They are going to come together to try and take down and take out who in favor of them, to get people in. We are going to flood them. With advertisement, and when me hear somebody in the background say hefty tax write-offs. You know why they must say it? So that when they do it, they can say, remember some people that they do it too. That's the reason for all them things they are blurred out in the public like that. The people that already have this notion that they head say, well, them one they do it too, because if you notice in a Jamaican society, when somebody does wrong, there's always this excuse, but that person they do it too. And it seems to me that it's okay when somebody else did do it, or your rival did do it before you.
Yes, what about
nobody now call it wrong? Yeah.
To bring back the argument, Travi, and I understand what you're saying. Them have an old saying that if a person doesn't go on a poll rules, folk can do upon them, right? We know that the JP government, I'm talking about the government, is held to a higher standard. And that's where we should hold our standard and be clear and upfront with our communication before them get a chance to preempt it and do what, spin it all kind of way and create their own narrative about it. Yeah? I think that's the gist of what we were trying to say earlier on, We have to fix that issue. Never mind what the PNP does. We have to keep our house clean and be out front with the information. I think will serve us better.
Say this, you know what, the Jamaica Labour Party need more than ever the supporting base need a propaganda machine. That's what it needs.
No, propaganda is very powerful, you know. I understand why you say that, but we don't need to. If we're doing the things right, and out front with the things that we're doing right, we don't need all that propaganda, you know. If we are in the right, we don't need to go down that road because propaganda means you have sinister motives, yeah? And if you have sinister motives, I don't think we want to travel down that channel, really and truly.
Chili, you know, the other day, my father said to me that in court, morality doesn't speak value. It's only what can be proven and what is lawful.
You see the chaotic system that you want to create, my brother. When each party are going to tackle with this idea of who can outdo in propaganda, I don't think we really want to go down that road. You know, really and truly.
Trivia, you know what cause you to think that is because guess what? There are so many. Listen, I'm gonna give you an example. If you have one government minister, or let's say maybe a senator, or just one person that is aligned to the JLP come out and say, you know, the reason why the money not spent because of procurement problems and this, that, and the third. And while that may be the truth, and just one person come out and speak, and you would have think that, hey, well, everybody know that this is a true problem and everything and calm and that's it. No, you have 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe about 10 people are gonna come out and contest that view, even though it is the fact. I want you to pay attention to how these media outlets bring out political analysts, political commentator, or civil rights activists, or human rights activists. They just take them out the crack. Hundreds of them.
And probably you realize all these so-called journalists become vloggers or becoming vloggers.
Because their empire, the media empire that used to be $1 billion industry is dying, and they want government funding to supplement or give them a lifeline, and that is the big problem where the media is concerned. Yeah? Because TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, the universal town square, me call it, or X. That is the global town square, are putting them out of business. They're putting them out of business. Advertisement now go for them we like one time. Google them up for the money. Then you have the people on social media and them up on other part of them. Blessings. Good evening, Balsha.
Travis, more ask you a question. You see, the money remarkable from burial till now and only less than a percentage of the money touch. Would you say that it's a lack of decency in the party that caused that?
No. No, I wouldn't say that.
Government
say that because listen. Here we have to understand, bro. Let me point out something to you. The beginning, right? The party offered an olive branch to the PNP. Said, let's come together and create a joint committee to oversee and administer the recovery process. And the PNP said, no, you have PAC and PAAC for do the looking over and whatever. We don't want to be a part of. We don't want to do no joint venture. They did that because they know they're going to come back and criticize the process. Because while they were saying no, they were also clamoring for transparency, accountability. And if you forcefully go and spend the money without the necessary approvals, then the argument of corruption becomes their line of attack.
But
But guess
remember,
what? Let's hear me out now. To fend off these things, you try to spend the money the proper way, the right way. And guess what them come back and do? Say it is slow, you not spend the money, and that because you know wicked.
Remember, remember say Daryl Vaz now with the them call it the Stargate thing.
The emergency procurement
when
for
him
Starlink.
down and him say
Emergency powers.
We not busy, you know. People forget it, you know, so I will give them. So him could have do that and then the government couldn't act the same way.
It never go without argument. It never go without argument and pushback. Are you saying they should have gone and doing the same thing? No, me I said to you, say, the whole Starlink situation, they never go without pushback and arguments and allegations of corruption. So I'm saying to you, should they have gone and do the very same thing with the Melissa relief funds? Are you saying they should have gone and do the same thing?
Yeah, but look here, no, right now, it look away. Right now, it look away. As I said, because
it's gonna look away.
What Daryl Vaz do, demonstrate, say, this man is a man that act. It's a man say, but right now, oh, it look away. That man say, you know.
Well, Boshan. Remember, Daryl was also attacked for doing it.
Boshan.
So is a damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Boshan, I'll say this to you, it don't look nowhere. It is simply manufactured rage because they have so the PNP surrogates them flood social media. And then when it come on to traditional media, this traditional media is batting in their favor. It is just manufactured outrage. That's what it is. Because hear this, they're clamoring about, let's say, $1.44 billion that was donated, right? Say, nah, spend. So tell me something. The $10 billion where that is in the roof program. And the money I spent. All of the other means and avenues to which the government is assisting the Jamaican people. And the money I spend. And even way more money than what they're coming over. But I said this to you. It is manufactured outrage because you have some people come out and cry and bawl and go on the most way to play on the people's emotion. Much like they did when they said, the boss go kill people, much like they did when after the hurricane, then come a press conference, come cry tears, and then go to parliament, come and cry tears. And those same Westmoreland MPs, when they got the money, 40 million in one instance was sent to deal with foundation for houses for these same people that they were crying over. They sent it back in one instance and was sent to them again. They refused to spend it because their game is this, all this political trick in the book. Just get the people to hate your political opponent and they'll elect you by default.
But you see, Chavi, you see, if the JLP did have a strong communication arm, them things wouldn't go on, you know. You see me, I say? If we have a strong
PNP from
them things wouldn't go on.
My brother, we cannot stop PNP from saying whatever they want to say. We cannot stop the operatives from speaking. And no care what we do, they are going to find a way to manufacture outrage. Because like I said to you just now, their way to Garden House is not to tell the people how they're going to help them or to actually help the people. Is to get them to hate their political opponents. That's their only intention.
Yes, I can agree with that, Chavi, but would you say we are more reactive than proactive when it comes down to information dissemination?
Reactive.
You don't know what they're going to say or what topic they might touch next. Government and one little party shop in our brother. Government is so filled with so much stuff. Because even though we want to be ahead, as people on social media want to be ahead of the curve, tell me before this Auditor General report, who on here saw this coming?
They see it from September 3, you know.
Chavi.
Let me see. Right, hold on that trivia. Chavi, you're from Westmoreland, right, Chavi?
That is correct.
I'm from Westmoreland as well. And people down there, they want things not just there, they want things happen fast. Yeah? But if the government comes out and say ahead where we are in the process, this is what's going on. the blow that the government is taking right now would have been softer, you know. People need to know what's going on. So, you know, let us not go around this, brother. It's a problem on two levels. One, the things are slow to happen. The process is very slow. And that's why some people are talking about we must circumvent the process, like Darrell did. But also,
Give me a second. Hold on. Please, give me a second. Give me a second.
Let me finish.
Let
me finish.
One at a time. Let him finish, and then we're gonna go one by one.
Yeah, the process is slow. We are aware of that. But the communication can soften some of the blows that's going on right now. We have to get ahead of that. We have to preempt the PNP having these negative narratives. And people are feeling, it's easy for people to grab onto those things when they're feeling the pinch of these disasters. So the communication has to be improved, brother. And that's what we did.
Yeah.
You see what happened? Hold on, Boshan. May I try to get a chance to speak for a very long time.
I don't want to get a talk and make a talk.
Yeah. You see, I completely agree that you know, the government needs to communicate better when it comes to giving updates. However, you see, this specific situation, the government would not be able to communicate the figures to the people to say, all right, we have only been able to use 1% of the money because of XYZ. Procurement guidelines prevent us from just declaring where this money would go. And
responsible for spending that money? Who's responsible for spending that money? I am the one. Who's responsible for spending that money?
Well, to spend the money, the responsibility would fall under ODPA because of what the money is earmarked for or what it was brought in for. You understand? But what we also have to bear in mind is that the government had already budgeted money for the relief of the storm before the storm actually got here. You know? So a lot of that money went into the initial stages of the recovery process. You understand? So that is why they never really touched a lot of the money that they got. And the other thing that the government did is they had a stockpile of material that they had already bought prior to the storm. So the stockpile of material that they already bought, that was already there. So they did not need to buy new material in order to replace the ones that are there yet. They have not gotten to that point yet. So that to replace those material that is already there, that now would have to go to tender and go through the entire process of procurement all over again for that money to be issued to the ODPEM. The other thing about it is this, right? For the government to give the ODPEM that money to spend, they have to determine where exactly the money is going to be spent. They had already decided that, all right, 600 million is going to be spent on buying modular units, right? 600 million was going to be spent on modular units. So that is budgeted for. But that is after the fact. So the government has to find out who are going to get these modular units before them can actually issue the money. Them can't just go ahead and put the money in the hands of the people like that. And that is what a lot of people are not understanding. You understand? Can I add something to that? Like the government can just go, hold on, people feel like the government can just go down to Westmoreland and pitch on tent and just one man just stand up there with some envelope and just hand out money to everybody we pass. They can't do that because we see them one that come on the internet and beat them feet. So we have to appreciate the fact that they are responsible. They're responsible. The guidelines in procurement are preventing them from doing certain things. And with NARA, that will change. At least
I am the one. I am back, guys. Apologies. I was on a phone call, important one, but I am the one. I want to ask you a question. If you were sitting somewhere under a tent right?
Westmoreland.
Not just in a Westmoreland, anyone of the, because Westmoreland is not the only affected parish, right? But if
Yeah.
you were sitting somewhere in a tent and you hear this report, would you feel good or satisfied with saying the government is taking their time and doing it the right way? Would that satisfy you? Knowing that this money is donations to help the people affected by the storm?
Kizzy, frankly speaking,
Guys, somebody who have a moderator, wanna bring up Joshua, please. He's asking to be added. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah,
I am
man.
the one.
Yeah, man. Frankly speaking, I would feel bad about it because me a human being and emotions would have run high. And me would have say, all right, then we don't have a roof over my head and them get all of this money. Them get all of this money and me not get no help. You understand? But then me being a logical thinking person or somebody that is educated on how government operates. And
I am the
you know,
one.
and that kind of thing.
I am
would
the
have made
one.
it think different.
I am
So,
the one. Nobody thinks differently when they are hungry. A hungry man is an angry man. Well, on the guys, is Miss Vaz here? Miss Vaz is on the live. Miss Vaz, could you please comment so we can see if you are here? Yes, guys. Somebody please provide a box. Miss Vaz wants to come up.
Kizzy, me I get my box, Kizzy. But yeah, me I say, me just see a post, Kizzy. What the Paul Bucker and Andrew see? No, I come out no truck. Stacey night. You wild man, Anna Brown. I want carry man go the 22nd of June. Me no know what them. I don't have to say to them mad hour. Them sick talk. Now come out of
Not that thing, not that thing, not the deceit, Mark Nation. Me don't, Mark Nation, I mean, I discuss, not the deceit. They can, but they spend all of the money where they want to quote, all them can. Not that thing, not the deceit. Me not worry about deceit.
Chuck, invite Miss Vaz up now, please.
Action and beautiful speaking. Let me see my fight. All right, I think she already been invited up.
Accept the request, MP. My MP.
As I say, one of the issues we are faced, and me I go repeat what my good friend neighbor always said. As when we in a government and we have do things, we have to bring the people along with we. Have to bring them along with we every step of the way. Make them know where we're going, make them know how we're going to get there, make them know how we are take the route there. Right? Now, if by now in 2026, we don't know the kind of PMP where we are dealing with, then we are like way behind. Since 2020, when Mark Golding took over the PMP, we have a more aggressive, power-hungry, ruthless part where we'll do anything it can, including, as me say, do them best to tear down every institution we have in Jamaica if they believe that is the way to get power. Right? Now, the situation is, and Kitty said this and I agree, people know that this audit was coming. They know that the audit was going on. Somebody know. But I think what happened to the party is that oh, we not do nothing wrong, so then nothing bad can come out of this. But you know, say we are dealing with the opposition where we even remember, you know, the jail people put out one manifesto of achievement what year. And the only thing the PNP could find to criticize was that one word it spelled wrong. And that become the scandal about it, they spell the word wrong. So if we don't recognize what we are dealing with by now, so listen, you can't give them no chance. Dolan Francis always tell you that the PNP is so good that even if you don't have a scandal, they will create one and give it to you. Even if you don't have one, they will create one and give it to you. And them have the media backing and them have the civic group backing. Where anything them say, the civic group will come out and say, oh, we are so concerned. And in the midst of the Cuban doctor crisis, remember the great Cuban doctor crisis? Remember the great Cuban doctor? Oh, the Cuban doctor, them gone, our health center will collapse. We have a media in Jamaica that reported that in Cayman Islands, oh, Cuban demand that their people in Cayman Islands come home. That was the headline for Cayman Islands. But when they come to Jamaica, oh, Jamaica bow to US pressure, expel Cuban. We have a media in Jamaica, and somebody said the other day, you know, somebody said recently, say most of these decisions are taken at the lodge meeting at evening time. Guyana, yes. Most of them decisions, because guess what? Andrew's not a lodge man. And a lodge man is supposed to run Jamaica. So when they got lodge at evening time, the whole of them, including the media people, them and the civic, that's their mission. How somebody fair around this country we are no one away. We not come meet to the evening time. How can we get him? So guess what now? As what Goebbels did in Germany, the same people them we are trying to help are the ones that they are turning against us. The same people them who sit down for 18 years and watch their money get squandered and wasted and dashed away and go in a man golden pocket, go in a Peter Bunting pocket. When there's an audit done now and not 1 cent is missing, the scandal become the money they the same way in our spend. This is the first in the history of Jamaica. There is a government scandal, and the scandal is that the money is accounted for. The first in the history of this country is that we're having a scandal, and the scandal is that the money is accounted for. But the problem what we have, and as Kizzy said, sometimes we have to take the beating where we are getting, and we have to take it this time. The money is there. Me believes that Fimi party, if me was in charge, Fimi party by now, all me I do is keep me receipt them, me I go out and me I go spend the goddamn money. Make Auditor General do their job after. Make Integrity Commission do their job after. As long as we do it right, as long as we can account for the money, me I go spend it.
Same such
that's what me would have do. Because Kizzy, no matter what we do, it's going to be a problem.
Exactly. All right. Look, they attacked Mr. Vaz about Starlink, right? But remember, when the Starlink said that come in, everybody that ball said they want one. Mark Golden want one. Everybody, every MP want one. Every councillor want one. Mr. Vaz did what he had to do. What then can do to him? What then can do to him? He have all and receipt, everything. What? He did the right thing. He did the right thing. And we now with third term. And guess what? When you talk sometime, especially me, when me talk, Lester when he talk, me, Joshua now, protect. When we talk, you hear say we are give PNP talking point. And we can do it in-house. But when we talk in-house, it is disregarded. They don't listen. We are in a third term. Andrew Wellness is the most popular politician. He has the trust of the people, and that's why he was given a mandate. You have to lead from the front, and you have to take the bull by the horn. Everything where you say and do not go popular. You remember in a COVID, he was making every decision the right decision for the best of the people. Then cuss him, then class him, then cuss Tufton, then cuss and then go on. But afterwards, when Jamaica was recovering back quick and faster than everywhere else, everybody did happy. Don't you? Everybody that said, boy, well, there is nobody who complain. Remember, you know, all the people did disrespect him out there. people say are good. He had the support of the people. You still have, don't waste it.
You know how we got that support at people during COVID? That press conference we used to keep every Tuesday and Thursday.
I don't know, Miss Vaz gone. Miss Vaz is here. She wanted to come up. I don't know what happened.
I think they sent a request to her, but I'm not sure she come up.
She wanted. Miss Vaz, are you still here? Because she might be still listening, you know. I don't know if she's still
just
here.
Spend the money. Keep all your receipt. And when you get them, you carry them down at the general, go dump them on our desk. Can someone explain?
Everybody know Pamela. Everybody know Pamela Monroe Ellis is no friend of this government. Yeah, and we not care. She not have to be a friend as long as she report the facts. Cause we not thief no money and no money no missing. But at the same time, I can tell you guys this: if me did there in any one of these affected areas and needed help, and the government with me support not gonna help me, and how much a million sit down pan, me would feel bad, me would shame.
That is the point, Kizzy. What is the aim of the whole thing? Is to help the people. The hell with agencies and all of the procurement.
Them are gonna do what they have to do. Yeah? But once you have your receipt, and guess what happened, Churchill? If the people get your help, right, and the immediate relief come to them, they would stand with you and defend you and say you did the right thing. To hell with the systems. To hell with it. You have some labor, right? Because last night when we talked on Neighbor Live, there were some in the comments challenging and saying, oh, but you have to do the right thing and you cannot break the law. Which law? People we are talking about needs and wants. Needs and wants.
The people is the last arbiter, right? And them are going to decide what is right at the end of it.
Yes.
Right? You know what I mean? So, come on, deliver the thing to the people, man. Make them get it. And then you worry about all the other things.
And then you fix it.
As long as
you fix it.
As long as the money now missing in a somewhere, go through some backdoor channel. Do the right thing, you have your receipt, and get the thing done. People will love you for that.
Churchill, greetings, sir.
Yes, sir.
We're in a robot. 1 minute, Josh. Let me just say this and mute again. We are not robots.
I don't want it to mute it. I don't want it to mute it. Since you have the floor, I know you usually have a second instrument. I send you something that I'm going to ask if you could read it while you speak also. The last one especially.
Okay, 1 minute there. Hold on, but it's a long read. This is not Joshua. Jesus.
No man, it's not long. It's not long. Trust me, it's not long.
How important is communication? I think that is what you ask, right?
Right.
And then it says communication is a critically important pillar of governance by a political party, serving as the essential bridge between policy, formulation, and public trust. In 2026, effective communication is no longer a one-way broadcast, but an interactive, transparent, and two-way process necessary for maintaining legitimacy, managing crisis, and ensuring the successful implementation of policy. And then it goes on down a little bit, but I'm going to read the second one because yesterday the second one was more important. Frequent communication is paramount in political party governance, acting as the foundation for maintaining political power, building public trust, and implementing policy effectively in the 2026 political landscape marked by high volatility and rapid information cycles. Consistent multi-channel communication is considered non-negotiable for party cohesion and branding. That is it, Joshua?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome. I'm gonna mute now.
Thank you. You know, guys, I don't believe that. Well, first and foremost, greetings to everyone, both in and out of the box. One of my challenge with my party that I support. Because you know we have been on the battlefield long time. Chuck know that, right? And Punkos, right? So the four of us know that, right? And I try my best not to come in public about how I feel about any shortcomings that may exist, which is not very often anyway. But I think this has gone to a point when I'm just sick and tired, right? I have tried my best to reach out to the powers that be and to share the concerns. And I think we're dropping the ball. Now, someone asked earlier about the Auditor General's report. You know, we dropped the ball there, because had we just simply use it, in our deliberation and presentation on NARA, it would have strengthened our voices as it relates to NARA. And not only would it have strengthened our voice as it relates to NARA, but it would have foiled the PNP's nasty attempt and vile attempt to politicize this particular matter, because it would have been the catalyst to say, this is why we need NARA, right? And I'm not talking about the report in and of itself. I'm simply saying if they were showing the bureaucracy that exists, the challenges that exist in trying to get these things done, before even a report came out, when the Auditor General comes out with it, all it would have done is reaffirm what was already presented, and the PNP would have nothing to present. And we're not saying that some persons are thinking that what we're advocating for is tit for tat with the PNP. No, that's not what we're saying. We are saying try and be ahead of the curve at all times. Whatever is being done, update the nation. I think Kizzy mentioned earlier, and I had written it in the chat before that during COVID, every step of the way, the people knew. Every week, the people knew what was happening, right? And we didn't have so much social media personnel. I wasn't in the space as much as I am now. I was on Facebook at the time, right? And people couldn't hear our voices. I'm saying, in addition to having weekly press briefings, mandatory, that's what it should be. Something should be pushed under our door to say, hey, these are the things that these are the new policies or the upcoming policies, talk about it for us. Here they are. Or even if they don't tell us to talk about it, once we look at it and read through it, we say, oh, we never know that is happening. Some of the things, I am in the space. I am one of those in the space, Kizzy, Punkos, and everybody here, I think, right? And some of the time is when PNP raise it that we know about it. Or somebody ask you a question. The other day, I got a text message from Jamaica asking why the government thieved $67 billion. Someone said, with $67 billion? And this is somebody who's highly educated asking me that question. When I said, what $67 billion? When I probe, I realized that it is the same Melissa money that is being spoken about. So I said, did you check GIS? No, because the person will tell them not to tell a lie. No, this is another person who has serious money in Jamaica. Tell them this. And then they didn't bother to research it. I said, did you read the Jamaica Observer? No. Did you read GIS? No. I had to spend about an half hour debunking something that simply could have been communicated. Mind you, it was presented in Parliament. But how many persons watch Parliament? A press briefing now would have ensured that you at least communicate it to the respective news outlet. And that in and of itself, though it would not be perfect, it would act as a neutralizer. And I'm saying we have to do better. As a party, we are not a learning party politically. We're great at governance. We are the best probably in the Western Hemisphere, including better than the United States in some instances. But when it comes to politics, we're a politically dunce party. And it sounds harsh, but it's true. Right? We're great at campaigning. There's a difference between campaigning and the raw and politics in and of itself, because politics is consistent. Campaigning is a one-off moment to gain or to regain political power. And we mix up the two and think that both is the same. However, the politics is essential to regain and to retain political dominance. And I want to yield right there.
Joshua, not to jump in over people, but me just want to say this. We here, we choose to sacrifice ourselves. A lot of us, we neglect with personal life. African Royal, can you please mute? You're sending a bad feedback. Our moderator, thank you. We sacrifice ourselves with private life, with personal time, right? In support of the country and of this party where we love. And we out here sometime, but most time, but we want to do things the best way we can. And I know that it is not in vain. Why not use we in a better way? Use we no? We are half up ourselves. Use we. We are beg them for use we. And then now use we. Now use we. Now listen either. It just not make no sense. And we try privately. No, we are fair basically. I said publicly because what? We are not hypocrite and we have to talk the truth. I tell a lot of people, you know, not see me back and forth, no debate with no election done. No, it's not election season, no a governance time. No a governance. And I want to help my party, which formed the government and this administration, to be the best in government. So at them me I deal with. Me not no time for back and forth with comrades. Me no business about them. Me business that my party were in government now. When me give the third term, me want to see them to be the best government. I want this term to be better than the term of 2020 and the term of 2016. So I cannot sit quietly and see we are the foolishness. And then but you think so when local government election call and people start cussing and say, when me I go tell them say, oh, procurement and you have to understand the procurement and you have to give the government grace and you have to understand bullshit. I have to be honest. Me come to the public all the time and me bear my soul. Because of that, I might have a lot of haters, but I have some people who are convinced and they respect the truth and they respect the honesty that I bring to my little end contribution when we make it. So me now can't ever be a hypocrite to the people. And me now go ever do it for the Jamaica Labour Party. And me now go ever do it for the government. Me go always be honest. If me can't be honest on an issue, me now go come here and shut them out. So me have to talk the truth. And whether PNP or JLP, whoever affected, I have to put myself in their shoes. If I did Portland mash up and me see this report, I don't care what. Mother may be stripped naked by enough from morning and a ball online for me people in a Portland. Because mother want we get
Well, you sure you don't feel the same way about Westmoreland?
No, I don't feel that way about them.
Right now. Would I understand if they want to take it here?
No, me not do it for them, Chuck.
Since you can visit when me there, you know, and
we do it for you one day. We do it for you. We do it for my red nigga family.
Let me say this here,
St. Elizabeth, but we don't do it for Westmoreland.
Let me say this here. Kizzy, may agree and me believe say something have got to be done. So when we get off the air, I am going to message you about something and we'll see if we can arrange it. All right?
Okay, Papa. I am good.
You squeeze in something real quick?
Nothing like Kizzy door.
No.
Me did cut off Punkos, guys. Sorry, me no want to vex. Me did begging for the time.
Chuck, you want to come here and kiss all of a sudden? You squeeze in something.
Hold on, the Punkos.
You know, like more squeeze in, me I say?
Quizzy, as a Westmoreland, I'm very, very disappointed.
So me not keep you over Westmoreland, me as I put you over across the border over St. Elizabeth side. So me did redeem myself. Sorry, Papa. Push.
Churchill, me not disappointed, Churchill.
You know, say a lot of Jamaicans don't know how technical procurement is.
there's this thing I do for government every single year. You know, it's repetitive, right? And the price and the cost is always $100,000, right? This year now, they made a minor adjustment, and I had to factor in transportation in the cost, which would have been $7,000. I know say it take 3 months for process through procurement just because of the $7,000 variation. And a lot of people that say, yo, about $7,000 no money. But at the end of the day, because the process was so repetitive, every year you have to spend $100,000 for a particular event. And then 1 year now you say 107. You know, say, them people up on the other side of the fence have to start say, but every year when I used to spend 100, I reach 107. I rob somebody. You understand? A lot of people don't know how procurement really go. A whole lot of people.
Electrical. Isn't that the reason why we should have a continual education? Because communication really means education and processing.
Yes.
All right. You know, but I don't want to go further. Punkos has been waiting patiently forever and ever.
Yeah, man. Father Punkos.
Blessings, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kizzy.
Greetings, sir.
You know, for the last 5 years or so, I kind of clean up my act for social media where I kind of blog in a particular way where there's no expletives and certain things, and kind of tone down the anger. Still call people drunker because some of them deserve the drunker label. But you know what is typically upsetting for me and for Kizzy also is that we are 7 hours ahead of Jamaica, right? And many times, like now, it is 12:30 in the night. You understand me? Now just imagine say Kizzy and I have work in the morning, and we have to get up and get ready and get a transportation and go work. I don't think that the Jamaica Labour Party is appreciative of that. And it's not like say we take Kizzy take a break, me not take no break. Only know somebody on social media somewhere, some corner. You understand me? And not only me, you have persons in Iceland, you have persons in Finland, you have persons in Norway, you have persons all over in the UK too. And I'm saying, and I've said to the party for years, we are in these first world countries. Use us as ambassadors. Number one, to get the best practices here, things that can be easily implemented without high cost or minimal cost. You understand me? There are value in persons like us who might see something earlier than the rest of Jamaica because they're asleep, right? Because like we get up and watch GIS, you understand me? I will see other things that purview around the space. I will try to put it out, I will try to have a discussion, I will call people and will say, hey, give me a better understanding on this. Now, when a politics start, election time, you understand me? When we call somebody, the phone, they ring half a time, you know, it answer, you know, right? I will understand persons have ministries, persons have responsibilities. But I'm saying to you, and we have said this, that you have to be consistent with the people who support you. You have to be consistent. And it's not, it not feel good. It not feel good, believe me. Right? Enough time, I want to say, you know what, F this. Not doing this no more. You know, people look at me and tell me, say, yo, JLP must have paid you good, you know. I say, no. They must say, yeah, either because they don't pay me and this and that. I say, well, I do for my country because I want to come back home very soon. I want to have a good Jamaica to come back at. Let me show you something. When I used to manage artists, you know, one thing a promoter and my artist can say is that I mean, effectively, consistently, and unknowingly communicate every detail, every step of the way, right? Now, we know the process in our government when we do certain things. You know, say it can be a signature where all up a lot of things. A person can go up and leave, you know, and the person is in the middle of the process, and the person does take leave. Because guess what? Remember for them, you know, them get them paid, them all right, you know. I have seen where the Ministry of Finance wants
chairs from the Ministry of Education are one road them depend. One road. About 200 chairs. Me could have walk, go down a Ministry of Finance and carry the chair then one education carry the chair then one go up a Ministry of Finance. Right? It took 4 months to get the chair then from Ministry of Education to Ministry of Finance. 4 months for a function. You know why? The person who signed it up at Ministry of Education was on leave and there was nobody else to sign. And I'm saying government can't run like this. Now, if our government, I say, all right, go video the whole procurement process. You know, you gotta read that and edit out certain key information, but the people them can see a process, walk them through the process. You understand me? And say, yo, this is how long it take something if you go through a procurement and if you go to tender. This is how tedious it is. Because remember in the process, you know, if something wrong, even in writing, you know, it have to go back over, you know. People don't understand these things, you know. So you have to make the general public understand. We here are political bulldogs. So we invest time. I appreciate man like Travis, I appreciate man like Winner, I appreciate man like Chuck, I appreciate Kizzy, who are God on Twitter and on JIS. We take the time and assimilate themselves with the knowledge, put out video, put out content, right? For the wider, but for the most part, are people like we who interested in our politics and interested in our governance. The average Jamaican is not. You know what them want? My house blow down, I want to see my house fix back. Them not care about the middle part of it. Now, we, even though the Prime Minister was giving daily, weekly reports or bi-weekly reports, right? We still had to disseminate the information out there, you know. We share the thing, we break it down, I will carry the information, I will spread the word, right? You know what is crazy? Desmond McKenzie sent money to our country from December. And none of we never know. Me, you know. I mean, I say, so if you send money down there, so there's not a team will go check up and say, hey, what the progress of this on a weekly basis? It can't work like that. You can't send the money and say, oh, the cost of them are the municipality. No. You see who we are dealing with, know who we are dealing with. Why we have the ministry of the throw them up in the ear like that? And then we know what's labor right now. But if you see this and just cut me and don't say nothing. Why the whole world out there beat them on it. People are saying, oh, boy, Punkos, you know, you push your party and people live on the chapel in same way. Oh, the tent, with the sleeping bag in there, with the tent them there, tent them come, on the teeth the tent. As we said earlier, you know, I am the one, you know, there were generators here before the generator didn't come from foreign, you know, because we learned from Beryl and they put in the small generator and the big generator then for the water commission. These things were here. A lot of people wouldn't know that because they think that all the generator they manage something a donation. No, we had stockpiles of things. The wider public don't know that. There was 100 contractors on standby. There was over 100 trucks on standby after Melissa. 100. I get them couldn't get through. We got to place them. And all me I say is that we are here on the field, on the battleground. Me say to the people them, is that Kimberly McLeod? I've been calling Kimberly McLeod for 4 years. Me text and call 2 number them. She no answer. She no answer. I should read them. Can you see the blue tick? She read them. I said I'll email to her. Me offer my service to say, hey, me I want the man them out there. Me have other people around me can out there. Give you the information. This audit not something where just come up just so you know one day, you know. Them tell us them are coming, you know. And the process is there, you know. How we don't know all of this? It's a joke thing. Now that's the last thing now. When you look at the PMP side of people, right? We're sure so Mark Gordon know who Jay Bryan is. We're sure Mark Gordon know who Tina Times is. We're sure Mark Gordon know all of him top blogger them. You know we're sure? Because we see him on them program. Whether we think them despicable or not, you know, that's not the issue, you know. That is not the issue, you know. I mean now, say the Prime Minister for come itch up on TikTok with we, you know. I'm not saying that.
What I'm saying is that you can hear the organization in them. Them no miss a beat. You can hear so them talk to them one another. Them, if you hear data or something, you hear all of them with it. All of them. And I'm saying, what are we doing? We cannot have a prime minister 2-3 o'clock in the morning campaign. It should not be. It should not be. There's a particular MP when she was running for the first time. I said to her, I said, you're going to win, you know. You know what I want you do? I want you to take picture of everything. You could have given one pencil. Take picture of it. And the person said, why? I said, because they receipt that. One thing they can't say, you know, do nothing. Take picture of everything and post it. People say you're too enough. Yes. But at least they can say, we see you when you do something. There's a trail of all your works. We as a government have to do the same thing. You have a soldier, you have an army out there, and now utilize a soldier them. It's ridiculous. That's why we're hard up on the defense. So, and look, we are pick up for. It's also look, you know, we are pick up for. All the party can't run, eh? The corrupt government. We should not do that. We shouldn't depend on the back foot all the while. Should not. A joke thing this. I'm telling you this. Video way. It's the whole of them bloggers and them people who are foreign, who are Jamaica. All of them would have come home. And most of them would have come home. I'm sure of that. I'm see it up now already. These people left jobs in a foreign and come down under PNP government. And with there, we have bright, potent people all over the world in the diaspora. You understand me? We have people in Jamaica who do serious work on social media. Even work for the party. Even work for the party. Some simple things we can't get right. Simple things we can't get right.
Have a good friend. As I said, what they boost? As I said, guys, listen, me believe that it's time we have to go tech. Go on, African.
Yes. Greetings to everybody.
It's my brother.
The 1.4 billion truck. At what point did it reach 1.4 billion?
Over time. All of it never drop in the one time. It is continuous donation. Remember, we used to get a weekly update on it, where it reach.
Right. And so, we are not sure at what point the 28 million was spent out of the donation money, right?
No, I don't think that was put in the report as at what point that was spent.
Good. And during the time, the government also said that they had money to respond to the hurricane while the donation was coming in.
Yes.
Good. I remember when New Era Homes donated 74 million worth of material. And in that briefing, when the Prime Minister was receiving that 74 million worth of material, he also mentioned to the Guyanese soldiers that maybe they would have to stay a longer time because Irfan Ali had sent another shipload of material. And yesterday when the Director General was speaking, and he said, because of the donation of material coming in, they would have to hold back on the spending of the relief money. Over 400 million worth. So that could also account for why more of the money was not spent.
But African, I think
Yes.
I think you're missing the growth of Kizzy, Punkus, myself, and Joshua. We understand why the money is not spent, you know. We understand all that. We know all of that. We don't have no problem with that.
Yes.
The problem is we believe say all of this could have been avoided if we had continued the daily updates of what is happening, make the people them know. Tell the people down at Westmoreland, say, listen to me, me know this is one respect, but this is the reason why it not reach it. I just simple that. Just be more proactive. As me say, African, we are dealing with an opposition now. This is not Portia Simpson the opposition we are dealing with, you know, and not Peter Phillips opposition we are dealing with. We are dealing with one opposition with one man who willing to burn down Jamaica in order to rule the ashes. And that we are dealing, so it cannot be business as usual. We cannot now expect people to know things because we believe that that's what the Jamaica Labour Party believe that. Oh, yeah, people know this man. We in the information age and people know. Let me tell you how we know that people know. During the debate in the parliament and YouTube, when it was being shown and people there watch it, people in the chat app comment and ask questions about how money I go spend when that the debate is about. So we can no longer sit down and believe that people know. We just need a little bit of assistance.
But I go down the route there, not sure. To update the country, say all right, it would be like a moving target. Zin, so I remember one of the time when somebody mentioned that
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean
government,
like a moving target? What do you mean like a moving target? Explain that.
right? So
Right. I'm glad you asked that question, Punkos, because I want to as it were.
why me say that? All right. Suppose the government was attempting to say buy the material, and then we hear say we get the first tranche of the $74 million worth of material that New Year homes come in with. All right, boom. Them all back on the amount there, fisting out that 74 million there. Then with the next thing we hear say, all right, another shipload of material are coming from Guyana.
All right. So
We'd have to hold back. Hold on. We'd have to hold back on that again. Because
African, beg a second there. Beg a second. You know, communication is not as hard as we think, you know. One other thing, for those who did marketing, there are some of us here who did marketing, even though marketing is not exactly the same, but they have commonalities. One other thing we learn is there's a difference between advertising and marketing.
Yeah.
Right? And advertising is just simply telling what you have. You know, you advertise toothpaste. Marketing now is giving you the features and the benefits of the thing. And you put a systematic plan in place to get the information out. What you said a while ago is not as hard as you make it sound now. When you say it's a moving target, hold on, my brother. When you say it's a moving target, it's not. It's all targets are moving targets when it comes to politics. Every single one. Because politics is ever evolving. Right? So if you come out, if you had said to the people that, boy, this is what we had planned to do, and then the day after, or even the same day, you get a phone call to say this is going to happen. This is why you have a weekly press briefing. And you said, boy, you know, last week after we spoke, you know, immediately after hanging up.
But Joshua,
after the yes,
Joshua, let me repeat this again, and may I try and make we understand this, and I will say this. It's the first in the history of this country, first, and I would assume probably anywhere in the world in politics, where the scandal is the money is accounted for.
And that I understand, Chucky.
Yes, see what I say?
No,
that's the part where Chuck, but the most time, you know.
No, Chuck, I get what you're saying, but I want to clear up this from a friend, African. If the government had said, boy, you know, this is what we said, they gave a press briefing today, and having given the press briefing, Afterwards, then they got the call to say, hey, from New Era to say, hey, we wish to come on board also. And Earth and Ali said, boy, we're going to send more. The next press briefing is that, listen, me, last week after we left here, we got additional good news. This is what communication specialists do, you know. This is what the person in charge of information does. Last week after we left here, we got additional good news. Now people now become curious, what is that good news? We got a call from Earth and Ali in Guyana, sending more material to us, and we got an additional call from New Era to say, hey, they want to get on board also. That's not as hard as we think it is.
All right. Tagging on to that moving target that I spoke about. I remember Morgan coming on when they were saying the government wasn't doing anything, and I remember I was some background so nice, and I remember Morgan coming on and clarifying that sometimes they plan to go to a place. Remember, the people who are bringing in the relief to the people down in West Bank come from Kingston. Sometimes they did not have a direct destination, so they go there. So sometimes the government have to hold back and say, all right, them here say a set of people are go there. So they have to keep a change where they would put that relief that the government was going to assist with. All right, Chuck. Listen, the 60. All right, when the government released that they had spent $64 billion on relief.
67 billion. 67.
You remember where some people come out and say they not see where it's spent pan?
But my brother, all right.
Yes.
So let me ask you a question. Which is better, or whether you want to say better or worse? To communicate and some people don't get it, or to keep it to yourself? Which one? And nobody don't know. Which is worse?
It is not that.
Joshua,
it's not that to say.
Joshua,
it's not that.
Joshua, who does more in Melissa relief in Jamaica? Who do the most?
I don't get the question.
The GOG.
Government.
The government of Jamaica,
right.
Nobody. Nobody
guess what?
remotely come close to what the government has done.
But guess what, Chuck? Because the information not getting out, the narrative out there is that the artists them do more than government.
Who have that narrative?
The PNP and them surrogates.
Just follow me for a second.
The PNP and them surrogates.
Just follow me for a second. Who have that narrative?
The PNP and them surrogates.
All right, let me ask you this now. The PNP and them surrogates, and we said this all the while. Do you believe the government can do anything for, let me see who's come right there. What the government can do to Hugh Blair come on here and say, boy, this government are the greatest thing, say, them build back everybody house and give everybody $1 million.
Zero. 0.0. There's absolutely nothing you can do for Hugh Blair. So guess what?
Not one thing.
Right. So guess what? This conversation is not for Hugh Blair. This conversation is not for those who are already sold. This is for the persons who Hugh Blair would want to try and deceive.
Good.
Right.
I agree with you 100%. This is for the person that Hugh Blair would try and deceive. Now, let me go back to the first question. Let me start with. Who did the most in the relief effort? Uncle say at one stage the government had 100 trucks waiting for as the breeze don't blow they running and start clear the road. Let me ask, which artists they down there clear road? Which TikTok are they down there clear road? How many roads in the affected areas has been totally refurbished and ready for use again? You see, I give me a second there, chaps. I understand the need, but we are trying to say sometimes we are fight for a man and him have his hand them inside. That are the company. We are fight for somebody and him have his hand them inside. Give me a second. Sorry, Caps, go ahead.
You know, for me, Chuck, it's not about even fighting for the man with his hand at his side. This is about ensuring that the PNP does not control the narrative. So give us the information. You don't even have to even do much after that. Just make sure we get it.
Joshua.
And I yield.
Before Chopper John come in, right?
Chops drop out, it seems. Chops drop out, it seems.
But Joshua, you know, say, upper Garden Town way, right? There was a breakaway. Before Melissa, there was a breakaway. And NWA had to fix that breakaway, right? And I think it's something like maybe like 90-foot drop or something like so, but it's a massive breakaway. And they had to rebuild.
100 odd, Punko, 100 odd.
Yeah, they had to build. Yeah, 100. They had to build it all the way back up, right? And that cost about 200 million Jamaican dollars for that, right?
Yeah, I remember when Mr. Morgan told us the early morning.
All right, but a massive project like that, me never know if Nestor never come tell me, right? Now Nestor has told us also that since the passing of the hurricane, almost about 5 or 6 of them breakaways there, them have to fix. You understand me? And he must say the ones that are there to fix now, right, are much bigger than the ones up Garden Town. So imagine what it's going to cost. People are not factoring these things. People are not factoring, say, the heavy equipment where you need to carry from Kingston or maybe from Montego Bay to the affected areas. Just to carry them to the affected area. That's a cost, you know. And every day that machinery is on the site, you have to pay per day. So if rainfall and the work can't go on, you still have to pay per day.
And you have to pay the operator too.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you have to pay per day.
You have to pay equipment rental and the operator.
I agree with you, because when I used to be in business in Jamaica, it was construction related. And I remember the first time I had to rent an equipment, I found out at the time that I had to pay 40 grand per day for that equipment. My head swell. Yeah, 40 grand per day.
Exactly.
To rent it. And then in addition to the equipment rental, if I did not have my own operator, I would have to pay the operator separate and apart.
Yes.
Yeah. So I found it's true. So all I'm saying, Punkos, and I want to kind of yield from here, you know, don't make our fight so hard. Right? We are out here because we love Jamaica. Me love Jamaica more than me love the party. You know? Right? Jamaica me love, but I believe that the Jamaica Labour Party is the best thing ever. The PNP cannot be compared to the Jamaica Labour Party. Right? The history is on our side. And I'm saying that we know that, and that is why we fight so hard to keep the Jamaica Labour Party in power. History, and not just history. For those who may be listening and say, boy, history, we are talking about data. Go and research for yourself. Go to the World Bank site, the IMF site, Statin, Jamaica, PIOJ, National Library of Jamaica. Before Gleaner started erasing some of the information, you could have gone to their archive and see some of these things for yourself. BOJ website. These are some of the sources that you can go and do your own research. You don't have to take our word for it. Jamaica Labour Party has always done well for Jamaica. Having said that, that is why we fight so hard. And now that we are fighting so hard, all we are saying, help us to fight, no man. You don't have to be on the battlefield. Just give us the weapon. We go there and endanger ourselves, right? And for a one communication, it's not a one man doing a video or sending out a press briefing to say that's not communication.
It will be coordinated.
Yeah, it must be coordinated, and because you have to understand that one man will reach the majority of the people. For the intellectual minds like a Punkos or a Chucks or Chucks, even Kizzy, they will understand some of these words that are being used. But for the average Jamaican, as soon as they hear them fall asleep, it sounds too intellectual for him. You know, give it to the persons who are on the floor, on the ground, in the cut and thrust of the battle every day, right? coordinate the thing. Even those who are on the ground, you coordinate them, you pull them together, and you say, hey. You know, and it's sick my stomach, frankly speaking, to be even online having to say this. I must confess, it's sick my stomach. But I think it has gotten out of hand, and if we don't learn, let me stop right here.
Hold on, check a DM for me, Joe.
Joshua, let me say this, Joshua, right? There are persons in particular high level places in Jamaica and even in the diaspora, right? Have said to me, and they must say this to me from before 2016. Them say every morning when I wake up, when I come on social media, the first thing I do is I check your page and them say, and them call some other people page to see what is going on. If something come up in the media, they say the first page they go to is my page to see what is it. And they say, finance, me put it out there, or me explain it, them done, then gone, them move on, or them share it, or them say, hey, there was a particular lady, right, the mutual friend of Chopper and I, right? We got one of your utility company, and my blogs used to be the news for the office. I don't know this lady, you know. You understand me? Right? And it becomes so regular that when she step in, them say, what the blogging gotta say. That's how them greet her. They want to know what the update, what's happening in the country. So I am saying you have persons like Kizzy, Trivia, Travi, Winner, Chucks, you understand me? And Lashika them, Lexi them, you know, we are here. So if the information is coming to us, right, and it is going out in a coordinated way, right? What Munchibi, yes, right? What would be the prime minister would not have the people that sit and kiss them teeth. One of my friends, you know, Mark Jonas, live in Canada, right? Used to work at UDC too. I see him put out something today. I'm telling him I'm bridging him, knowing for me about 10, you know. I'm if I blast him on the post. I mean, I normally blast people like that when I know personally, you know. Right? So Jamaican Pato can't be speaking in the parliament. Right? I'm if I go in and then post and diss him, you know. I'm explain it to him. Him say, oh, him never know. So I say, well, you're a university graduate. You should know better than to take a sound bite. You should know better than that. I mean, understand this.
So Punkos, from morning me a fight over Twitter, right? I don't know my style. I don't know if I can call me Suolness name because you see that lady. I have so much respect for her. I don't know this. This I don't know. It's a long time. Me defend Miss Wellness, right? The thing is, last week, the whole away, back and forth. Oh, we respect women. I respect women. I respect women. And that was the conversation. And I was on Twitter, basically fighting to get support for Mrs. Wellness as a woman. And when I said it, even some of the men, they say, oh, we don't care about gender, And I was saying, hey, listen, we don't have to be on the same side because women across the world, we will not unite on a lot of things. But when it comes to issues like gender issues, we find commonality and we relate. And I everybody know that politics is predominantly a man space, male dominated field, and women are finally breaking through and coming up and representing, right? And we know that it is clear that what Angela Brown Burke and Nikisha Burchell is doing in the parliament, they are being used to do everything to break the rules to get under Miss Wellness skin. And you know why? Because the men, if they do it, it will, society mostly women will come down on them. Because look, most times on our side, want me take on anybody. But if want me take, remember when you take on Lisa Anna, the whole country in a outrage. You know why? Because it sounds bad coming from a man with a woman. So the men, they are sitting there now and them a cheer on and them a jeer on. But Nikisha Burchell, since coming to Parliament from day one, she come with an agenda, right? And I see it clear. So I start to call him out and I'm saying, even if you don't like Miss Wellness and she on the other side, as women, don't allow yourself to be used. I may approach it from a decent way and as a woman to woman kind of approach. No, nobody, no comment, no complaint, nobody not even cuss me under the post. The post still there, Nobody no cuss me, nobody no nothing. This morning now, after this stunt where she pulled with Patwa, knowing damn well, said it was planned. What they're doing, is finding loopholes because of so PNP go to work or to disregard the standing orders to create an upset to get a reaction from the speaker because they want to continue this narrative that they are not being allowed to speak in the parliament. So she will prepare everything and know how she going to respond because they know what Mrs. Wellness is going to say because Miss Wellness don't make it clear the rules of parliament and the guidelines. So they sit together and figure out by the minute she start talk in her patois, what's she name? Natalie Balot. Yes, start the things them. Right? You don't know, if you don't know what is coming, would you say that? The video is there, the evidence is there. So when me go up on Twitter today and say Flitter's face Butu girl Nikisha Burchell, you may a chat. You know how me, let me tell you how PNP communicate. I know my tweet was sent in the PNP WhatsApp group because puss, rat, dog, alligator, crocodile, all of them attack post. All of them. All of them start telling me about front. All of them start telling me about how me this, how me that. I know. And when me see people like Al Kenyatta, I repost me tweet and I take me and I contact with Miss Wellness, not this and Miss Wellness. I know. But when the PNP do anything, we don't have no WhatsApp group with blogger, with Fiseni, no way for everybody can attack you. But them crowd my post like a drunker. That's why they always seems to be more effective. They are, notice when Munchie go live, whole heap of them in the comment, I try to distract and then come one behind the other as what, and if you mute one, another one come. Because they work together, they have one goal. We quarrel and cuss amongst each other all the while, all the time, unnecessarily to some time, right? The support not there for one another the right way. And you know why? Because not even from the top. Not even from the top. If we over here behave like puss and dog, we have to figure it out ourselves. God bless, maybe Chuck. We come out and call one and try to say, hey, make we start this and start. Chuck, we try to be the vice or reason. PNP don't work, so. And that are the biggest, one of the biggest issues. All we are asked over where this conversation, and like something we are well in a private, we have in a private. Now we have to come a public. Yeah, so we not give PNP talking points. We are not giving the PNP any talking points. This is a situation where all the public, the PNP say, and that is why the PNP is able to manipulate it. Sometimes I do one whole live all 13 hours and me no mention PNP, not at all. Because me talk about what the government do, how people can access it, how we can go about it, what we can improve. But somehow we labor rights, everything we talk about PNP. We no give them more credit than what they forget. And some of the time we don't like use them as excuse, because instead of trying to improve on what we have already, we are labeling. Time for we stop labeling now. Work on ourselves, our product. A united Jamaica Labour Party is unbeaten. A good, effective communication, PNP can't beat it. No time. I have seen when we are united, Jesus Christ. Me say when we united, PNP shame like dog, then can't even company up. And me I talk about the messaging. Me not talk about being best friends with each other. Me I talk about the messaging when we are black confidently. PNP can't chat to we. Which part over here? Some of the people who two years ago or a year and a half ago we would even have information. No, me can lie down and depend for you and I watch them a beat PNP. Me feel so proud. Come here, say backside. Watch trivia. Backside. Yeah. No, sir. Let me see all outlaw. Sometimes outlaw never know nothing. No, me see outlaw in a box a beat and a teach. We have so many people now because we put in so much work. We have people who learn and have the information, right? We're not supposed to depend no defense, none at all. We're supposed to make PNP always shame, and enough time they shame, and we can't. When we are search, none of them. Me can do live for 10 hours. Me no see one PNP in my comment. We can say Andrew a thief and JLP a junker and the foolishness. We immune to even that. Laugh and make them go about them business. A governance time, and we have to do better. We can give the PNP talking points. If we government do foolishness, that is when the PNP have talking points. What we need to do, defend we speak at the house, learn the standing orders, that we can educate the average man about the standing orders, so that the foolishness, when they go there, everybody can see it clear. From we start pointing out now, our parliament is being broadcast live. Just like how we watch British Parliament, we watch Wagwan in the US, we live in our world now, global society. If our parliament start, the members start talking a patois, how people in the international investors, how them are going to understand? How them are going to understand? Or investors are watch, they want to hear and see how Jamaica conduct themselves and how if it's a civilized society. Nothing is wrong with our dialect. We are proud. Anywhere we go up on the road, you say you're Jamaican, wagwan, bumbaclat. Yes, the people embrace with dialect. There's a time and place, but it's not in the House of Parliament. 1 minute, Joshua. Standard English is the international recognized language. It is the international recognized language, and it is the language of business. And it we have to use now with Parliament. One, Joshua.
Thank you. Now, I agree with you that nothing is wrong with our language. I don't refer to what I speak as a dialect. It is not a dialect. By the definition by which is given for to meet the criteria of a language, Jamaica meets it. But we are so self-hating, and I'm not saying you, it's not related to you, that we have bought into the European argument that we speak a dialect. We don't talk no dialect. It's an amalgamation of languages. Now, I hear one of the PNP Kool-Aid drinkers in the chat asking a question. Let me direct you. I think Kizzy may have it on our page, I'm not sure. Asking if Terlang never spoke in Spanish. Yes, he did. But what you dishonest people fail to mention is that Terlong sought permission from the Speaker of the House before he spoke in Spanish. And it is part of the standing orders that you don't use another language before you first seek permission to speak in that language, right? And the only reason he did it because we had diplomats within the House, not because they wanted to be disruptive, as was the case with Nikisha. And I find out that you PNP, you can only reason dishonestly, right? Under the guise of patriotism and national concerns. But we have come to realize that you are never concerned about the nation. And you are never patriotic. It's always about how can we gain traction for PNP? Because you believe in gaining governance through chaos. And that is why you guys hate Mrs. Holness so much and try to distort what she does. I'm not one of those who believe in the gender separation. I don't reason along that line. But one thing I will reason along is that she's right in the stand she's taking. And that is my firm position. And I'm not going to sit around and let any of you disrespect her with the buttons that I know you can put in the parliament. All right.
I completely agree with you, because you see what we see happening is an orchestrated attack on the Speaker of the House, and it is intentionally. It is being done intentionally to dissuade people or to influence people, especially the small-minded PNP individuals, to influence them into believing that the Speaker of the House is being biased in some way, when that is not true. The only thing that the Speaker of the House is doing is holding fast to the rules and the laws that govern the House of Representatives. And the PNP continuously go into this same house, this honorable house, and disrespect the House. And by disrespecting the House of Representatives, you're disrespecting Jamaica, because the House of Representatives represents Jamaica on a whole, not PNP, not JLP. It represents Jamaica. It represents our constitution. It represents our laws. And when the PNP go into the House of Representatives and disrespect it, like Mark Golding eating peanuts while Parliament is going on, digging out his jacana, you understand? Nikisha Burchell being disrespectful to the Speaker of the House. All of this is disrespecting Jamaica. It's not disrespecting the Speaker of the House. It's not disrespecting the Jamaica Labour Party. It's disrespecting Jamaica. And Jamaicans need to be outraged by this. You understand? And when these PNP come on platforms and pretend as if nothing is wrong or they are not doing anything wrong, and you know they want to spin this narrative to make it seem as if, oh yes, we are under the colonial vestiges and that is what we need to change and whatnot. Mark Golding does not want us to change the colonial vestiges. He was the one who stood up and rejected the the passage of the document that would have given us the constitutional reform document.
Constitutional
You
reform.
understand? Yes, I'm so upset. Me can't even find my words. You know, he's the one who's standing in the way of it, and he's intentionally doing it, and it has nothing at all to do with the CCJ. Because if tomorrow morning Andrew Wallace get up and say, okay, then we're going to go to the CCJ as the final appellate court, Mark Golding would find another reason not
Guys,
to.
Chuck, sorry, I am the one. May I interject? Marlon Morgan is here. Senator Morgan would like to join the conversation. So he's begging for a back.
Take my truck. You want to take my truck?
Give him my back. Yeah.
And Joshua, the next time I go live, you'll see Joshua, I am going to invite you over and we are going to discuss our beautiful dialect patois, because I am not in agreement with what you just said now, but me no want to carry the conversation and go elsewhere.
All right.
Anyway, the senator is here, so let me mute.
Good evening, good evening, my side.
Good evening,
good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Respect. I just finished a little intervention elsewhere, but I came on the back end with a discussion about, aspects of constitutional reform, because although I didn't have the benefit of the fullness of the exchange, I know that attention was being drawn to a glaring hypocrisy on the part of our opponents, the opposition PNP, in the sense that they are trying to exploit this issue of Jamaica needing to divest itself of the vestiges of our colonial past, while, as our colleague was saying a while ago, they are the same ones who are standing in the way of Jamaica achieving that aspiration it has, which is to emerge ultimately as a republic and relinquish our ties with the UK sovereign, who is also Jamaican sovereign, but we want to emerge as a republic with a prime minister as the head of government, and of course, one of the models to be examined and one of the models that was looked at in the various consultations that we had a couple of years ago was to have a president, but not an executive president, a president that would be above the political fray, for want of a better word, ceremonial. But the PNP is really the business of just clutching at things as they go along, which is what gets them into policy incoherence, meaning they're saying one thing in one moment, but an action in another moment contradicts what they were saying and advancing in the other moment. So they're all over the place, essentially.
And you're correct, Senator. I think one of the, well, good evening first and foremost to you.
Yeah, man, respect, Josh.
I think one of the ways we can elbow them hard, you know, I think when Lambert made the mistake the other day of speaking about vestiges, if I was a senator there, he would have regretted that moment, right? Because the word vestiges, I'm going to use two of the synonyms, is trace and ironically mark. That's the irony.
Pun intended.
Yes. That's the irony of it. So if you are crying for the vestiges of colonialism to be removed, why is it that we have the descendant of our colonial masters in our parliament? That's one. Two, the second largest slave owner within Jamaica, his great-grandfather was the second largest slave owner.
Who's that? Benjamin Nunes?
Benjamin Nunes was the second largest slave owner in Jamaica.
That is it.
The third thing is that I did a quick research, and the average amount of slaves that were owned by slave owners then is 20. That's the average, which means that he would have held almost 7 times the average, which is 7 times the sufferings that anybody would have meted out against our people. Right? On an average. And you are talking, and you are talking, about.
Hold on a minute, please, a second. Chops want to talk. Somebody can lend me a box, please.
Here.
All right.
Stay, Chavi. I will go there.
All right. Okay. He's gone already. So now you're talking about vestiges. And you, the party that says it's black man time, has suddenly pivoted on the very thing that you claim that you were in opposition to or supported previously. And I would ask them to explain that to me, of course.
Joshua, me interject. Moi, as the senator, and both of you, senator, are they going to? That we inherited, right? So are we going to give up the English language also?
No, but that's the language of commerce.
We don't have nothing to do with England, you know, because them give it the colonial language. What we have.
I definitely wouldn't be envisaged to go the route of. So we have 2 languages at least operating in Jamaica, the Jamaican language, and of course what is referred to as JSE, Jamaican Standard English. Now, our formal mode of instruction, so in other words, what we teach our children in at school, our learning resources, our various forms of communication, newspapers, television, you name it, all those instructions, signage up and down the country are all in the, English language, as it were, our JSE. So, I mean, what this lady sought to do yesterday was just mischievous and trying to trivialize an otherwise good and important discussion. Because, yes, we know the importance of embracing and affirming the Jamaican language in the way people like Miss Lou and Masteran did decades ago. Zin, our language is unique. Mind you, it's difficult to write. It's difficult for many of us to read. And the English language is said to be arbitrary. But the Jamaican language is even more arbitrary because for one particular word, you may have 10 different people producing that word in terms of writing it and spelling it 10 different ways. Is that right? So it gives you a sense as to, how, challenging a proposition it is. But we do note that it's important for us to emerge ultimately as a Jamaican state, which is no longer affiliated from a governance standpoint with the colonial or former colonial administrators, the United Kingdom, the British.
But Senator, even the Gen Z, how they communicate in Patois, right? I don't know if you have any young persons like the teenagers or early adolescents or early young adults, when them text you in their Gen Z version of Patois, I cannot read it. My son texts me sometimes. I may have to call him and say, "What are you conveying to me?" Because I don't understand what you. And them take a whole part of the letter out. Me not understand what you must say. You understand me?
Because
so I'm
the
saying
ways of today,
the ways of today
come out in the communication as well, in the sense that we're in a fast-paced world now, right? So you find that everything is being shortened, everything is moving fast, and even communication, which is why we have BRB, which is why we have, get the L out of here, which is why we have TTYL, talk to you later. All of these little abbreviations and things, it is largely in keeping with the fast pace of the world today. And people now hot up food pan stove top again, my G. You know that if you have something in the fridge, you need to warm up some food, a microwave settings, although the microwave is not so great for us, isn't it?
Guys,
conversation. I want to acknowledge a question asked in the comment section. Knox One Daughter is asking, would Ansart be able to record the dialect? I think it's important for the public to understand, because this is an important question. So could you, if Miss Lady was allowed to do her presentation in Patois, would it be possible for it to be recorded in the Ansart?
I know that the Hansard writers would perhaps attempt to do so. I can't say definitively if they'll be able to successfully navigate that, but I know they would be attempting to do so. Because one of the things you have to appreciate, just like what we do on the platform even now, we have a way of dabbling in and out of Jamaica, between Jamaican Standard English and the Jamaican language. So even in the Senate, I myself may be in full flight delivering a speech, and then I say a phrase or so in Patois. So I'd imagine that they capture that. Just like when we say, what can go so, or that makes sense to you, isn't it? Even this past Friday, there was an aspect of my speech that a poem that I delivered, and I would have delivered that poem in the Jamaican language as per Owen Baker Ellis's Gate Man.
Okay.
Guys,
So would they
have to
translate
tap the
it?
screen. Hold on, I am the one. Chuck, step away from his phone. We have to tap up his screen. We have the senator here. We don't want the live end, and we're not get to ask the question because he came in probably at the last part of our conversation, not even the meat of the matter. And I know we want to get the questions out to him because we do have our concern as bloggers, right? So please, may I beg you, tap the screen, send a 2 rows, do something, not make the live end. Do, may I beg. Patois.
Senator, while you speak, if you can go to... No, man, it's just a statement I'm making.
And your turn, Joshua.
Okay.
I am the one.
All right. So Senator Morgan,
yes,
one of the things that we were speaking about earlier was what appears to be a concerted effort to what would I say now, to either irritate or to, you know, to what would be the correct way to
Provoke,
phrase it?
to provoke, to frame a
the
narrative.
Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
To dehumanize the Speaker of the House by the opposition. You know, that is what we were speaking about initially, because that is what we recognize based on, you know, the repeated actions of the opposition, you know, whenever Parliament is in session, and the things that they are doing. So what would you say about that?
You touched on a good point, and I'm happy that you guys had put the spotlight on it earlier in the conversation, albeit in my absence. See? Because one of the things I want labor rights across Jamaica to understand, and the people of Jamaica by extension, there's nothing that the PNP does that is arbitrary. Whatever they do is calculated, it's premeditated, and it is by design, including that buffoonery that Angela Bromberg carried on with in recent days. Now, Nikisha Burchell has her contribution to the sectoral debate to make. She knows or ought to know the rules of the House in relation to expression. There are different ways, folk, for us to affirm the Jamaican language and all the aspects of our culture and cultural identity and cultural expression. She didn't have to write a paragraph to say, Madam Speaker, me get up this afternoon to make my first presentation, blah, 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 blah. She knows full well that that cannot be done. And remember now, you know, what she did was premeditated because she had planned it up beforehand. But also, if it is that she wanted so much to have made that point, she could have sought leave of the Speaker so to do, although members of the House, as Warmington did some weeks ago, could have taken exception to it. What do I mean by that? You see, when we were making the moving the motion to stand in solidarity with our Cuban brothers and sisters, Alanda Terlong had sought and received the expressed approval of the Speaker to do an aspect of his motion, an aspect of his presentation in Spanish. Now, based on the standing orders, which is basically the rules governing the Houses of Parliament and the rules governing the House of Representatives, communication and engagement in there should be in English, in the English language. So speaking in Spanish would be a departure from it. So if it had the leave of the House by way of the Speaker and everybody good with it, that would have been fine. However, as we all recall, Member Everell Warmington, who is a member of the GLP caucus, took exception to something that his own colleague was doing and his own Speaker had given approval for. And what happened? The House had to reconcile itself with the objection raised by Warmington because he, although everybody else may have been fine with it, you know, the fact that one person took umbrage to it and sought to enforce strictly the provisions of the standing order, the House was obliged, colleagues, to go along with that. And it's the same case with Madam Nikisha Burchell. It's a rules-based system. So if the rules suggest and provide for X, Y, and Z, don't try to come and grandstand and get the headline, because what you wanted is precisely what we're doing now, to have her being the focus of attention and people talking about her and all them nonsense. But what the people of Jamaica and our colleague, fellow laborers should appreciate, Zine, is that Miss Lady is going to ultimately be her own undoing. She's very performative. She's coming across the people as mischievous, because when you go out of your way to do certain things like bringing a microphone to Parliament, your own mic to Parliament, bringing what's her name? Your speech to talk about, you know, to have patwa in it. And who does that? She had a response to the intervention that she anticipated from the Speaker, prepared in her text. Can you imagine that? What can be more, that was more premeditated than what any old murderer out the door would have done in relation to an act that they committed in terms of going out to get a weapon and making up in their mind that they're going to do damage in this way. So what Miss Burchell has done was very unfortunate, and as I'm the one said a while ago, it was designed to try and poke, you know, like when you poke the bear, she was trying to poke the Speaker. And I'm delighted that Mrs. Holness, in her composed style, indicated that the member knew better and she was simply not having it. So them could have ball till them blue, them could have ball blood. The parliament is going to be governed by the standing orders, and the Speaker of the House, Mrs. Holness, is going to apply the rules whether the PNP them like it or not. Simple, Maji.
But Mr. Morgan, you know that you remember Angela Brownberg tried that as well one time in the parliament, and she was
in terms of the Jamaican language.
Yes.
Because here what them are gonna try to set up now. They're gonna try to exploit a narrative to say, boy, how come it's the people's parliament and the people's language can't be spoken in parliament? I mean, this is the kind of way the PNP try to exploit the emotions of the Jamaican people, the emotional attachment that people would have to patois, you know, the Jamaican language. And as you said, ABB, Brownberg, would have done it or attempted it, as you have alleged some time ago. But it is a situation where people should just reconcile themselves with the rules of the house. So if you feel so strongly about it, right? And I remember in a video I did some time ago, I highlighted the fact that, listen, there's a right way and a wrong way to go about doing things. If you, as an elected representative, feel so strongly about communicating to your constituents and others in the Jamaican language, why not agitate and bring a motion seeking to have the standing order regarding the prescribed language for Parliament changed? Why not go that route then, since you feel so strongly about it? Because the standing orders never drop from sky, you know, and they never come down on tablets like the 10 Commandments to Moses. The standing orders were devised by the MPs. Right now in the Senate, we are going through a process of revising the standing orders governing the Senate, because although the standing orders parallel each other, they are not word for word the same in relation to the House of Representatives and the Senate.
It was this week the committee met, didn't it, Senator?
Last Friday, the Senate Standing Orders Committee had met before the sitting of the Senate itself, where we took the NARA debate and passed the bill.
And I think they met this Wednesday as well for the lower house.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't even know of that.
I saw Mrs. Holness chairing a committee, and she was saying she's organizing them, because she was saying, I think if you're relating to one part, then you have to go to another page. So she's organizing them. I remember hearing her saying that.
I wasn't aware of that. I knew that earlier this week we had the PAC, which is chaired by Julian Robinson, and I think I saw something on PBCJ yesterday regarding the Ethics Committee. So I may have missed it if there was in fact a Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, it was. ISAT was there, Donovan was there, and Mr. Wallace, and somebody else I don't remember. But I don't know if you have been in the space all night. Not all night, but last night and maybe today, the labor rights have some concern. Maybe Kissy can take over with that part.
Yeah, which is an important aspect of our business. So go ahead, whoever leading it, Kissy, Punkos, run the track back with treat with some family business.
Here, Chops, probably you want to lead this part out, communication.
Can I answer? Okay.
Well, I will see a comment, Travis.
Hello, Trivia. Hello, Trivia, no?
Okay, good night, Senator, and thanks for coming. It's not the first you have come on our platform, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, greetings, Mitchell. Respect.
My question is surrounding communication, since that's where it's going. And in today's fast-moving media environment, many people feels that political communication from the Jamaica Labour Party can sometimes appear reactive rather than proactive. What step is the party taking to strengthen its communication strategy so that information reaching the public, reaches the public earlier, rather more clearer and in a more consistent way before it escalates or a narrative form?
All right, very good question, Trivia. Now, one of the things that I'd like to just indicate straight up on the table is that we have, in the main, our communications operations, which is party-led. Our communications task force is chaired by my colleague, Senator Cliff Hughes,
myself and a couple other members are, members of it. But the GLP's communications effort, meaning our agenda of presenting well in the public space, impressing upon people, and of course, ingratiating ourselves with the wide cross-section of the Jamaican people, particularly voters, is an undertaking for all of us. Now, from our standpoint, Trivia, yes, it is absolutely important for us to be agenda setting and ahead of the ball rather than always being behind the eighth ball or playing catch up. Now, from our vantage point as government, we are in a position where we lead the public discussion because we are the ones who propose things. We bring the bills to Parliament. We are the ones who, are governing the country. So I do accept that there is considerable work left to be done, yes, in relation to, because, for example, we're the ones who were devising NARA. We could have perhaps done better with, preparing the ground for it. Now, so to make in other words, when you lead with the narrative and set the agenda, it would impact how people receive what is being proposed rather than have the Mark Goldings of this world and other persons who are not seeking to present the government's plans in the best of light, because them same one did have an office, a national reconstruction outfit back in the day after Hurricane Ivan, and here you have them now, and that was done, by the way, by what is called sheer administrative fiat on the part of PJ Patterson at the time. He never brought a law to Parliament. He didn't seek to foster and facilitate openness and transparency in the way we are doing with the NARA bill, right? And them same one come now to try and tear down NARA. And in our view, I'm of that view as well, that they are trying to put a dark cloud over NARA because they are very concerned that any success won and attained within the context of NARA will see their political fortune slipping away. That is what I'm convinced is their primary concern. Now, to just come back to a specific aspect of what you're saying, Trivia, not everything we are embarked on doing, and in terms of even technology, just like the security forces, we can necessarily convey and divulge on a platform such as this, because when we are on the battlefield, even in training, we know that the eyes of our opponents and the ears of our opponents are trained on us. So there are some things that I wouldn't necessarily telegraph on this platform, but suffice it to say, I myself can acknowledge, even publicly so as well, that we have room for improvement in relation to the party being seized off and involved in certain aspects of our work, the nexus between the party and government. Because as you know, people like myself, I don't sit in the cabinet. So there are some things that I learn of, just like any one of you, in terms of the public domain when it comes on the news or via some other mechanism, right? So that is in and of itself a less than desirable situation, because as you know, and people were making the point elsewhere, people like Bridget, and I think, was it Bridget? A couple of people were making the observation elsewhere. I think it was former councillor for down in middle quarters there, so Whitney was making the point in another space earlier that communication is rapid nowadays.
Whitney and Bridget,
in real time.
both of them.
Rapid and in real time, yeah. Because if something dropped right now, it reached around the world 10 times to Rockstone even before the first response formally comes from a member of government or a supporter of the JLP.
Trivia, you finished with your question? Thank you, Senator. Hold on, Punkos. Trivia, you finished. You get your answer, right? Because may I pick up somebody else?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. Jump down to
respect Trivia. What good, Michi?
All right, go on, Punkos.
Senator. This problem is not a new problem, right? You have heard my utterances even before you became a senator, when we were on the book, out there
the achievements
in the
document
trenches.
That's
No. I'm saying when you and I were in the on Facebook, Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you understand me? And we're out in the trenches, and we have conveyed these messages to the party over and over, right? Now, there are certain things that I think can help to mitigate or help to educate more persons. Because I remember, as I stated earlier on this platform, that for the most part, we talk to ourselves, persons who are interested in politics and the political affairs of the country. The vast majority of Jamaicans don't understand, are them busy go try go up on them hustle, them busy do live day to day, right? So then we hear things in one car with a taxi man that says something up on the radio, or they hear a soundbite from somebody. Now, what about like the procurement process, if that could have been documented in a way where sensitive information wouldn't be revealed, but to carry the public through a process to say, hey, all right, we want to buy 10 sheet apply for carry down a Westmoreland, right? And this is how the process go. Again, not revealing persons' names or cost or certain things, but the process to say how lengthy the process is. For example, if there's a mistake on an invoice or there's a mistake on a communication piece of paper, right? And how it takes, you have to do it over back. If a manager or a personnel is not there in the middle to sign the paper, the person could have gone a country, the person is sick, or the person they're foreign pan leave or something. How it hold up the process and stuff like that, right? It's when people understand these things, and when they come out and talk to them, I've seen it successfully done in a way with Rhoda Moy Crawford, when she came out and said, listen, these roads are for the councillor. And this responsibility is for the MP. And a lot of people say, oh, I never know that. A good thing should come out and present this, because we really think the MP will fix all of the road them. You understand me? So sometimes a breakdown like that in how government runs would be good for persons to understand why they are getting a delay, why they are not being served as yet, and the government can for them, remember, a lot of people can't fathom money in terms of government expenditure. So when me know on the platform, I'm say, yo, $1 billion for government expenditure is not a lot of money. Yeah, man, so understand what I'm saying, and then understand, so I'm talking in respect to government. So would you think that a suggestion like that where make we carry them through some of the process that we can for educate them to say, this is why you're not get the relief it?
No, I absolutely agree. And in the current era, I mean, we're not so much into a heavy word consumption environment, meaning reading of, like press release or whatever, which is why the whole business of infographics or other forms of audio visuals are useful, and they're incorporated. So for example, and before I even come to the example, I want to just say this. One of the things all of us have to appreciate is that we are embarked on a mission to keep Jamaica in good hands. And we believe that the Jamaica Labour Party, relative to the PNP, is better for Jamaica and its governance. So we must all see ourselves as participants and as stakeholders in this great mission of engaging people, providing information, educating them, so that the government's agenda and performance in service to the people can be communicated. This morning, Punkus, I woke up, son of Punkus rather, Lester, I woke up to a bit of a short clip. It was something that I received from one of our enthusiastic social media contributors, and she basically sought to rebut a narrative from the PNP, which they're trying to consolidate by saying the speaker is not even-handed in her superintendence of parliament. In other words, as the presiding officer, as speaker, she's biased to the JLP, and it is absolutely not so. Now, as her video showed, it provided the context in relation to Terry Long speaking Spanish, because what some little PNP miscreants were on social media and elsewhere trying to suggest following Nikisha Burchell's kerfuffle in Parliament yesterday was that the speaker did not allow the Jamaican language to be spoken in Parliament, but the speaker allowed Spanish. But remember the fundamental point that we had touched on earlier. There was an expressed request that was sought or made, and there was an expressed approval given. However, so soon as Everall Warmington stood to his feet and raised the objection, even though Terry Lang was repeating the word exactamente, him could have exactamente a little more. Warmington brought his attention, the attention of the House to the issue, and the long and short of it is that the House had to acquiesce, and therefore Mr. Terry Lang, my colleague, had to continue his presentation in Jamaican Standard English. So that kind of mischief making is something that the video this morning put into sharp focus, and another video was transmitted to me this morning as well by the same enthusiastic and hardworking social media operative, where she presented and highlighted to viewers the fact that Miss Burchell took to her feet, but when the speaker intervened, as she ought to have done, Miss Burchell provided a rebuttal, and she appeared to have been reading from a prepared text. How can you go down the route of doing something that you know is not permitted, but you do it anyway, and therefore you have a prepared text to rebut or to comment on what you did, which you knew in the first place you ought not to have done, because you're trying to, in your view, make a point about the Jamaican language as an element of Jamaican culture and Jamaican cultural identity. She's just a blatant mischief maker. But the point I was making, son of Punkos, is that all of us have to see ourselves, what you guys do on this platform, what Kizzy does on her own platform, you have your own space, and Chopper have him thing. What all of us do basically, what each person does. As I saw a letter earlier this week, a letter to the editor from Chopper John, which was excellent and on point. All of us have a role to play, because the truth of the matter is, madam, this is a massive proposition. Government now is much more expansive than back in a PJ Patterson time. We never have TikTok back in a PJ Patterson time. So everybody have to appreciate and listen. Although Gleaner is floundering and RJR is, having less than fantastic times right now, the takeoff and proliferation of social media means that the ball game is different, because when people like Derval put a device to their mouth and say something, it goes around the world at lightning speed, Maji.
Senator, knowing
so infographics and audiovisuals is a part of the strategy.
Knowing all of that, Senator, right? Why was the party or the government in front of this AG before Glean or take it and say, oh, whatever they said, whatever the headline was, money underspent and all of that? Why wasn't the party? And somebody else asked a question in the comments, if you normally get requests to go and be on the headlines, and if yes, are you guys declining? So 2 parts, why wasn't the government and the party ahead of this? Because there is no scandal, but based on everything that is going on social media, it looks like it's a scandal, right?
Yeah.
So why wasn't the party ahead of this, or the government? And the government.
Now, could the treatment of this particular Auditor General report have gone differently? The answer is an emphatic yes. There are some things that I am privy to, as you can appreciate, that I would not necessarily be able to get into on a platform such as this, but suffice it to say, in ideal circumstances, it would have been good to have been alerted from a communications, especially a GOJ communications management standpoint, to apprise the public that, listen, Jamaica is in receipt, as you all know, of certain donor funds. It amounts to XYZ dollars. However, the ODPEM has been engaged with the Ministry of Finance in seeking to onboard that money, meaning ensuring that the money is quote-unquote regularized so that it can be part of the government's central treasury operations. And the long and short of that is that it means that those funds are to be treated as public funds in the same way any tax paid to government is treated. Because when the donations come in, and the viewers and listeners on this platform are to understand this, ODPEM had a particular account, right? Has a particular account. The funds came in through an NCB platform to one of the financial services institutions platform, right? Now, when those donations come in, ADPEM could essentially glean the money and go and use the money in ways that are not consistent with the government's central fiscal operations. In other words, when ADPEM receives the money and it is not regularized, basically, you do not have certain assurances from a Ministry of Finance superintendent standpoint about how the money is being used. And the same Auditor General would flag that as a departure from what ought to be. So remember now, in this case, we're not discussing lost funds, stolen funds, unaccounted for funds, or misappropriated funds. We're speaking of unspent funds. And we do accept that, you know, at a visceral level, at the headline level, it will sound like an indictment on government. Because if I donate $1 billion to you, I would want to know that you use it quick o'clock and do XYZ. One of the things the public is to understand in this situation, though, is that a number of relief and recovery activities have been happening simultaneously, even while we were receiving donations, and even while there's a quantity of the donated funds that have not yet been expended. So the very Auditor General report that a lot of conversation is going about around right now is the same report that highlights that as we speak, there is 11.3 billion, and Son of Punkus was speaking about GOJ dynamics earlier when he put into context the $1 billion. Compare in your own mind 11.3 billion, which is currently in contracts, meaning works pertaining to Hurricane Melissa recovery are going on as we speak in the order of 11.3 billion. And on me says so, it's the Auditor General's report which underscore that sheer reality, right? But the conversation has largely been about the 1.4. 1.4 is a sum of funds that the government appreciates, will welcome, because it means that Jamaicans and other stakeholders, other well-wishers with goodwill, dig in at them account or dip in at them pocket and donate to the thing. So I can diminish it by saying it is a paltry sum. I could never do that. However, the 1.44 billion that was cited by the Auditor General as a pool of donated funds is far exceeded and outstripped by what the government has done so far, which is the 11.3 billion in contracts. And in terms of the roofs program, right, which is the issuance of cash grants, whether it is the 500,000, the 200,000, or the 75,000, based on degree of damage suffered by residents or owners or occupants, this program, the roofs program, would have seen $10 billion earmarked. $10 billion is 10 times more than the $1 billion, right? So $10 billion would have been earmarked, and we had a verification exercise. So when you hear people talking about people sleeping on the tarpaulins, no, that is obviously undesirable. However, when we're dealing with public funds, you have to appreciate that you need to have appropriate verification and an audit trail to satisfy the very Auditor General who may show up 6 months from now and do an audit, and you will have a gleaner headline saying government cannot account for. You follow me? So even though you want to expeditiously treat the people on the tarpaulin, because they are our Jamaican brothers and sisters, whether they are in Westmoreland, whether they voted for JLP or PNP, whether they are in Hanover, whether they are black or white like Mark Golding in St. James, they are our Jamaican brothers and sisters. And the government led by Andrew Wallace is a caring government. And we believe that all Jamaicans are stakeholders in this country and are deserving of the resources that can be made available to provide assistance and support. But there has to be structure and a verifiable, meaning an accountable way of indicating and assuring the public and all the stakeholders that the money was used and the public has derived value for money. Because if we never do it that way, this you'd have a same Auditor General audit undertaken which comes out and says, hanky panky go on in relation to post Melissa relief and recovery?
They
Senator,
be on the
thank you.
headline. And hold on, Casey. They be on the headline question, and I am the one ask a question and then jump down so we can use your box as rotation, please.
All right, sure, no problem.
So I'd like to.
One minute. She asking him to answer the other question because it was a two-part question.
Which was the latter part?
If you are only invited to be on the headlines, or if when you go there, if it's an invitation, and if you guys decline
all right.
sometimes.
All right. So just to be clear, Zine, the JLP and indeed the government values respective platforms. We value press freedom, and we understand the role that media plays in terms of bringing light. Media brings light, media brings reach, and the media brings answers to the people of Jamaica. It's kind of person's mute, cool. All right, so importantly, we appreciate, all right, so first and foremost, philosophically, we are for press freedom, unlike Nikisha Burchell, who basically attacked press freedom yesterday. Because the utterances she were making, the salvos that she was seeking to fire against a particular media house, and all her utterances and rhetoric, those things can only serve to erase and erode the gains that Jamaica has made in press freedom. Now, we know that as a government, we have a multiplicity of media platforms. First and foremost, we have traditional media and we have non-traditional media, just like this. What some describe as independent media. We're not taking a talk from Matalan, we're not doing our own thing, we're not our own big man and big woman, and we all respect and appreciate that. Zin, now watch me. In terms of media, in terms of media, Chuck, is your alarm at all?
You can't mute him. You can't mute him.
Well, I'm not a host, apparently.
The person is to start call. I'm looking it's not an alarm, because if it's an alarm, a problem. Somebody are calling.
That's a land call you take though. Wow.
It's an alarm, so you have to stop it.
Wow.
Thank you, Jesus. Chuck.
All right.
Anytime.
Unattentive. All right, yes. So the point I was making, right, is that we have a multiplicity of media houses.
Millions in OnlyFans subscriptions. Maroon elections in a compound facing a legal obstacle. And opposition blasts the government over underusage of cash.
When somebody's calling, disable the alarm. If he's not there to actually stop it, it's not gonna stop.
Me a call him, but it has another call.
Yeah, but it a ring. That's why you're not hearing the alarm now.
Same here, Punkos, and I'm trying to reach him, but it's saying the same thing, and I tried to his
Moderators cannot mute, guys. Moderators cannot mute host. Everybody should know that.
Well, let's hope that it will stop automatically. I guess once it goes to the minute, it will go off the alarm. Once it passes the minute. It should
Yeah, but
stop now.
alarms also have reminder. It will snooze and then it will come back.
Yeah, the research.
Yeah. And I don't have a second instrument to continue to call him. All right, Senate. Well, I
Every
don't have
10
to
minutes.
Senate
This
again.
Philippine. Oh Jesus.
You know, someone made a suggestion. Punkos or Kids. I don't know if you want to consider starting another live and invite the senator over there.
Maybe I shouldn't be the one to do it because I have a lot of persons blocked. So someone who don't have a lot of persons blocked, better if they are the one.
Punkos. Punkos are even winner. Are even winner. Punkos are even winner.
If winner go live, me can't hear it. So
I can't do a live right now.
All right, Punkos.
All right.
Punkos don't have a lot of persons blocked. I do.
And Jane, Philippines says she can go live. So
Philippines have no blacked up a fair account.
Punkos, Philippines new account don't have a lot of people.
So somebody go live quickly. Punkos jump out and go live.
We'll join you over there in about a minute.
The alarm stop. Renzi saying the alarm stop.
It's not stopping. It's somebody's ringing the phone. That's why we're not hearing it. All right. So let's give Punkos a little bit, and then we can just migrate to his platform.
Senator, in the meantime, we apologize. You know.
Follow.
Yeah, man, I understand.
Guys, follow Senator Morgan that you can follow him.
While we do that, Senator, check the 5th of the 5th of this month. A message that was sent to you.
By what platform? What platform was that?
WhatsApp, man. WhatsApp.
All right, cool.
The 5th of the 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm going to jump and go over Punkos.
Let's go over to the other platform.
And stop the alarm. But I don't know if it makes sense. Yes.